Good morning, all my beautiful people. How are you doing? Hi, Gwen. Guten Morgen, Kirsten. That's a good one. Well, I just started doing lives, Kirsten, so you didn't miss out on much. This week's my first time doing lives. I didn't think I'd have many people who wanted to do lives, so I just found my lives too. Yeah, I am too. I really didn't think I'd get much of a response doing live, so I started to watch it, but I didn't finish. I'm sorry. I didn't watch the Koberger. I got to the second witness and I was out. Thanks, Kirsten. Dankeschön. Yeah, my sister was on here yesterday. She was born in Wiesbaden. You know what's crazy is she can't get her birth certificate because the base isn't there anymore. So she's lost her birth certificate. I'm like, you'll never get a passport. We can never go travel anywhere. I don't know what to do. It's crazy. Yeah, I saw that in your chat and I was like, what? Ah, I don't know. I think that whole case is just a giant mess. I saw the first witness. I kind of heard him and they just didn't seem like they knew what they were doing. He was a Moscow officer. I can just tell they had no idea what they were doing. And he's the one who went for the search warrant, I think, from what I could tell. I was kind of in and out. Yeah, yeah. He was like, I think she asked him, didn't you sign for the search warrant? And I've seen search warrants and they have to give like all their background in order to go for a search warrant, like why they are asking for it. They have to put in their whole history and experience. And he wasn't very experienced. So I'm surprised that he even got a search warrant. I mean, I get it. People were killed, but I mean, he didn't have much of a background to get one. But I mean, it was in a little town, so yes, they were. Like he was like, it wasn't my job kind of thing. Like he was kind of passing the buck. Yeah. So it's really hearsay. So I don't know how that's admissible.
10 a.m. on May 31st, 2024. Court's march operated by our court clerk, Sue Hall. Our official court reporter is present. She is the official record. The court smart recording is not available for... I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, when you're wrong. Your camera. Okay.
Is that his dad back there?
Our court reporter is present. She is the official record. The
Yes.
court smart recording is not available for release. First, we're going to handle matter of State versus Christopher Greger, case 21-1881. Would counsel please put their appearances on the record?
Your Honor, Christine Lento appearing on behalf of the state. Assistant Prosecutor Jamie Trump for the state.
Good morning, Ms. Lento. Good morning, Ms. Shawn. Good morning, Your Honor. Barry Kabuchi. Lovely.
Andrew Ferranti, good morning, everyone.
On behalf of Mr. Greger, who is seated to my left.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Greger again appears appropriately attired in a blue suit and tie. Jurors will be coming over shortly. We're going to have the 12 deliberating jurors go into the jury room at the matters that counsel have on the Greger matter, and thereafter at 9:30 we have an abbreviated Friday calendar. Adjourned several matters that were otherwise scheduled, but I'll be able to handle some of the matters involve inmates from the Ocean County Jail who have pled guilty to a sentence that contemplates time served at sentencing, and therefore, because they're entitled to release, assuming I follow those plea agreements, there are matters which would be inappropriate for me to adjourn, which is why I have to hear those today. We advised the jury yesterday that it won't interfere with anything that they need. If they have any notes or questions or want readbacks, it won't be a problem. The other cases will just have to wait. So if anybody's here for the regular sentencing calendar, I'd request your patience and understanding with the fact we have a jury deliberating after a month-long trial, and that obviously takes priority. Counsel's advised that they have some matters they want to address me on, but I think we should wait for the jury to come in first so we're not interrupted. The alternate's over there, right? We're just going to bring in the 12 to go in the jury room.
Yes.
28154. You can leave them there.
So he's got a lot on his plate today. Yeah, I don't think he's going to rush today because he has a lot to do today. He probably wants them to stay back there today.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, I saw them back there. Good morning, Lucy. Welcome. No, I think they just didn't want to do the whole in and out, in and out, in and out thing yesterday.
John, just stop them.
So I thought about his parents. Like, I know everybody like is kind of like, you know, this is a passed down generational thing, but I mean, think about it. For those of us who have kids, like even if our kids did the worst thing in the world, good morning, sugar baby. We would love our children no matter what. We would be there, obviously.
All 12 deliberating jurors are present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Any issues or concerns you need to bring to my attention?
No.
Great. Seeing none, please recommence your deliberations in accordance with my previous instructions. Thanks so much. Go.
bring you the key in a moment for the locker.
You can be seated. I'll be right back.
Right. And then I prayed about it last night, and I was talking to God. I just talked to God. And I was thinking, as I was talking to God, I was like, it is horrific what he did to Corey. But as I was talking to God, I was like, I must say that he must have taken Corey at this time because he knew what Corey's future was, right? God knows what's going to happen to us before it happens. So I feel like,
Let the record reflect Sergeant Dugan is providing the key to the evidence cabinet to the jury foreperson.
Good.
Good.
You're welcome. It's nice and cool in there.
So special thanks to our operations division manager. She has worked tirelessly to address this issue. Turns out, despite all of the information from the county buildings and grounds, the problem was actually in the ventilation ducts. So at 7 o'clock this morning, they had an HVAC contractor here replacing parts in the ceiling. And for the first time in my memory, the temperature actually is consistent with what the thermostat is set at. So it's an issue I've been complaining about as long as I can remember. And I was constantly told that it's just us over here. It's not really a problem. The temperature is fine. And none of that was ever true. So after this is over, I need to really
yes, I got some
acknowledge
prayer
her
cards.
hard work. She's been spending days addressing that issue. I think all of you agree that the jurors make a significant commitment and they shouldn't be put in an uncomfortable closed room with inadequate ventilation. So that's, in my view, progress. Counsel indicated before we went on the record that they've conferred and Mr. Gallucci is going to make some type of application. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge, I'm going to make a raised motion. I don't believe that the evidence presented by the state was sufficient to warrant a conviction for what the judge is going to the jury.
What?
Thank you. Anything in the state?
Your Honor, the state submits that there was sufficient evidence that was presented to the jury, and we would defer to the court.
All right, those motions are ones that are typically made in all criminal cases. In this case, because of the unique scheduling issues, we started the trial with jury selection in April. Because Dr. Dante Ragazza was only available through the second week of May, the state had always indicated that Dr. Feingold wasn't available until later in May, so we had a lot of downtime. Typically, the state would have called all its witnesses consecutively and then rested, but because of the issue between Dr. Ragazza's availability, although no one called him at the time, obviously both sides were contemplating whether he would be a witness. And then Dr. Feingold's unavailability until the end of the month, the parties agreed to allow the state not to rest, but defense to call witnesses out of order. So that was a non-traditional way of doing things, but it was appropriate given the schedule in this case. The defense then rested after the state then rested after Dr. Feingold, but really we were in the middle of the defense case. So it's still appropriate that the defendant procedurally can file such a motion. The rule in question is Rule 3:18-.
Good morning, Julia. Welcome back. The defense
provides that such a motion can either be made at the end of the state's case or after all the evidence is submitted. And in fact,
something about not enough evidence for something that prosecution put in.
Parties discussed where we'd file such a motion, but I think we were also trying to get the jury to deliberations as fast as possible as well, because we finished the summations, but there wasn't enough time in the day for me to give my jury charge. And then, so we therefore did that the next morning. So Rule 3:18-1 provides that at either the close of the state's case or after all the evidence from all parties has been closed, the court shall either on a defendant's motion or its own initiative order the entry of the judgment of acquittal of one or more offenses charged in the indictment if the evidence is insufficient to warrant a conviction. The seminal case is State versus Reyes, 50 New Jersey 454. At pages 458 and 459, and 1967 case, which still remains the standard. The broad test for the determination of such an application is whether the evidence at that point is sufficient to warrant a conviction on the charge involved. More specifically, the question
know
the
which
trial
charge.
judge must determine is whether, viewing the state's evidence in its entirety, be that evidence direct or circumstantial, and giving the state the benefit of all of its favorable testimony, as well as all of the favorable inferences which reasonably could be drawn from that favorable testimony, could a reasonable jury find guilt of each charge beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge is not concerned with credibility issues or the worth, nature, or extent of the evidence, but only its existence in the light most favorable to the state. And that's State versus the Rockstro, 327 New Jersey Super 212, an appellate division case from 2000. Count one, endangering the welfare of a child. We instructed the jury yesterday about the elements, whether Corey was a child, clearly that element's satisfied. Factors 2 and 3, whether the defendant knowingly caused harm that would make the child abused or neglected, and whether or not he knew such conduct would cause that. Video, in the light most favorable to the state, clearly provides a jury can draw those conclusions. Fourth element is whether the defendant had a legal duty to care or assumed a duty to care for the child. He's a natural parent, and in fact, he also has a custody order, so therefore, there's more than reasonable, sufficient evidence for the jury to find those elements. In addition to definitions, which include of cruelty, any willful act of omission or commission whereby unnecessary pain or suffering, mental or physical, is caused or inflicted,
According to the
or
judge, he has the
exposing
right
the
to
child
make
to
the motion
unnecessary
whenever he
hardship,
wants.
fatigue, or mental or physical strains, which may tend to injure the health or physical or moral well-being of such a child. Clearly, the Treadmill video provides sufficient
I don't
evidence for a
understand
jury to
that.
conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that those things occurred. And that's not to say that the jury has to conclude that. Again, my function here is to look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. With respect to the elements of murder, that the defendant caused Corey's death or serious bodily injury resulting in death, and the defendant did so purposely or knowingly. If you review the state's evidence in its light most favorable, a jury could conclude that late in the day on April 1, 2021, into the early morning hours of April 2, 2021, Corey was alive, healthy, exhibiting no signs of infection, sepsis, or pneumonia, had normal vital signs, normal blood pressure, no other signs of infection or inflammation.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
He then was returned, or I should say left the Jersey Shore University
Sorry, I have
Medical
to
Center
change
with
it
his
up
mother
for the
around
long
1
time.
a.m., went to his mother's home until early in the morning, where she then drove him to the father's home in Barnegat at approximately 9 a.m. At 9 a.m., we have a
Vanessa,
33-second
welcome.
video. The parties dispute the validity of that video, but nevertheless, in the light most favorable to the state, it shows Corey speaking. I say shows, it really shows the seat of the car, but in terms of the camera, but the audio picks up Corey and his mother speaking. The parties dispute whether there's a yawn or a sigh or something like that, but nevertheless, Corey's
No,
alive
he
and
is
well at
citing
that point.
case law.
So, viewing the evidence
Precedents.
in the light most favorable to the state,
And Vanessa,
the
he is
jury could
innocent until
conclude that
proven
Corey was
guilty,
dropped
so
off
we do have to
alive
give
and
him
well to his
that.
father, and
That's the country we
if the
live
jury
in.
would accept Dr. Andrews' testimony that because of the video, Corey's fatal injuries occurred between 9 a.m. on April 2nd and 1 p.m. on April 2nd. The circumstantial evidence in the light most favorable to the state would establish that the only person who was responsible for Corey's care and custody at that time would be the defendant. So therefore, there's sufficient evidence, should the jury choose to accept it, to find the defendant guilty of either murder or the two lesser included homicide offenses. Therefore, I find the proofs at the end of the state's case, as well as at the end of all the evidence, permit the jury to draw reasonable inferences that the defendant committed both crimes charged in the
Hi,
indictment
Kathy.
and
Welcome.
the two lesser included offenses, should they choose not to convict him of count 2, and that proof those proofs rise to the level beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, the motion for acquittal is properly denied at this time, and had it been made at the end of the state's case, it would have been properly denied at that time.
Okay.
To
So,
memorialize that with a written order that just indicates the motion is denied for the reasons set forth on the record.
so it seems like the
Meanwhile,
judge is on the
just a
defense
note-
side, but he has to go through all of this because the motion was made. And he's literally reading case law and case
Court clerk has marked
precedents.
that as Exhibit C21 in evidence. Quote, "Good
He has to
morning.
do that.
We need some clarification on the 3 murder charges.
Oh,
But can we hear privately, or is it out in open court? In case we have follow-up questions," end quote.
so they want to know the difference between all the
So
charges.
obviously,
again, you
everything has
guys.
to occur in open court. And we're not really permitted to have a colloquy with follow-up questions. They have to write an additional note.
Hi, Vanessa. They were trying to get an acquittal. Basically, they
Do you
were
want copies of this?
saying that the prosecution didn't have
adequate that I
enough
read it?
evidence to prove any of the
All right,
charges.
starting with the defense, how do you want me to address the jury on that?
I would bring them back out into the courtroom and reread all those charges.
And the judge denied that motion.
Well, I was thinking about perhaps telling them could they describe the clarification they're asking for? I mean, I could read the charges, but that's a substantial portion of the, how about I tell them that? I could reread them to you, or if you could ask, if you want to write out the note, I'll explain to them we have to do it in open court. What's the state's position?
Your Honor, I think maybe we should try to clarify first, and then if we would have to, the remedy would be to reread those portions of the charge,
Welcome,
which
Vanessa.
they
No
have
problem.
inside as well, so, but that would be the remedy.
Right. I
So
don't
there-
want to insult them and just say, well, I
Right.
can read. They can read it, obviously.
Right,
I have had times where the jury asked me to read it again, even though they have it and they
Right.
want to read it, but I don't want to just assume we need to read it. I think I could say to them, first, it has to occur in open court, that follow-up questions would have to be by written notes, and then I could either read it to them, or they could do an additional note to describe what the clarification they need is. That's acceptable?
Yes.
All right. Can we get the alternates then? Thank you very much. Sergeant Dugan's on top of that already.
Okay, so I know it seems like the judge is siding with the defense, but he's really not. So you guys have to keep in mind the defense filed a motion for acquittal, basically, saying that the prosecution didn't have enough evidence to prove the charges. He can file that motion anytime he wants to. He is on the defense, right? The judge just cited case law. He cited precedents, cases that have set precedents for this. That is his job as a judge. And he denied that motion because prosecutors can use circumstantial evidence or they can use
Right, in the event.
real evidence. And he
More
did
people
say
arrive
the
today,
judge could come to terms
for the Greger
through
matter, the
inference,
overflow courtroom.
which is a suggestion.
Courtroom 14, which is just down the hall on this
And
same
make-
side of the building.
deduced decisions based on the fact that Christopher was the last person with Corey. He was the last person to touch Corey, the last person to everything by deduction of the situation. Obviously, who could have possibly hurt Corey? It was Christopher. So he denied the motion. Now the jury is asking for clarification on all 3 of the charges between murder, aggravated manslaughter, and reckless manslaughter, which is very interesting because they want to get this right for sure. But again, they don't know what we know, and that is what each charge sentence holds. So yes, everything is fine. It's just a matter of what they decide as far as which charge they're going to give him. I believe they are going to charge him with something. They just want to feel comfortable in which one they're going to give him. I really appreciate that this jury is taking their time and they are asking questions, and they are definitely want to get this right. So the defense is, I mean, even though this trial has been very choppy and crazy,
Good morning.
the defense
Go
is
ahead and take
doing
your
their
seats.
job. Hi, Rosalie. Welcome back.
Jury out.
Jury out.
So murder is 30 to life. Aggravated manslaughter is Uh, 10 to, let me double check my notes, y'all. 10 to 30 years. Reckless is 5 to 10. And I'm not sure because now I'm confused. Actually, I hope he does make it clear.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone.
I don't know if he can be charged
Good
with
morning
all
again, ladies and
three.
gentlemen. I have your note. So first, you can never do anything privately. Everything I have to do is not only always on the record in the courtroom, but our Constitution requires that all criminal trials be open at all times to the public. So the courtroom is always open. Any spectators or interested persons that want to be here are here. So a couple of things. First, juries often ask me to recharge them, essentially read a section of the jury charge again. I could do that. So that would be the section on murder, aggravated manslaughter, and manslaughter. But I don't want to just assume that you want me to read it again because, of course, you have 2 copies. But if you want that, I could clearly do that. However, if your note indicates that you need some clarification on the 3 murder charges. So if you would want to write another note about what that clarification may be, that may be able to help you. In terms of being able to ask me questions, we have to do that in writing. So in other words, if I gave you a response, then if you had more questions about it, you have to go back in and send out another note asking for clarification on that. So would you like to go in and discuss that? Would you want me to recharge you right now on the 3 homicide offenses?
I think we answered our own question by the time you called us in here. We like just kind of, it was all the wording, the legal wording, we couldn't.
All right, that was
We'll
juror
send
number
you
1.
another question if you're sorry.
Don't listen. Don't be sorry at all. No, absolutely appropriate that you send something like that out. So I appreciate it. Anything we can do for you, let us know.
Thanks.
All right.
Counsel satisfied with that?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Okay, good. So they figured it out. I don't remember in the charges if he said and or when he was doing the difference between murder, manslaughter. I don't recall, actually. Oh, now I sound like one of those witnesses. I don't recall. Yeah, I don't think so. I think they're ors, but I don't
Jury's back in the
recall,
jury room at
actually.
9:32. Anything else from counsel on the Gregor matter?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, you guys. So before we start probably watching, we're going to watch a different video while this is kind of in limbo, but I wanted to start off with, I have a prayer card, and then I want to pray for the jury to hopefully make the right decision. I do think he will get at least 30 years combined with the child abuse charges, because that does carry up to 30 years, I believe, if I check that right. So I have 1 Corinthians 13:6 that says,
And we're here on the Gregor matter. We need to close the courtroom briefly because we have some inmates that the sheriff's officers need to bring down
sorry,
on the other cases that are scheduled for today. Once we open back up again, you're clearly permitted to come back in if you like, but we'll be dealing with these other cases. Nevertheless, the courtroom's open to the public, so you can come in. If the jury does reach a verdict, we're not going to bring them out right away. We're going to give it time to make sure that both sides can notify any interested parties to be here for the verdict. So it would be a probably several minutes after we get the note, if not longer, just so you all understand. If you walk across the street or you go to get coffee or something like that, you're not gonna miss it. We'll make sure that any interested parties are available and return before we bring the jury back out for that. Thank you so much. I'm fine with that. Yeah, sure. Sergeant Dugan?
Yes.
You okay?
okay, so 1 Corinthians 13:6, I feel like it's fitting for this trial. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with truth. So if y'all want to, if you don't mind, we're going to pray for the jury. Lord, as you say in 1 Corinthians 13:6, love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. Lord, we pray that the jury has the truth on their mind and on their side, and we pray that they will make the right decision. You guide them while they're deliberating today, Lord. I know they have a heavy, heavy burden on their shoulders with this. And we know, Lord, that unfortunately Corey had to suffer for as long as he did, but we feel that you brought Corey into your arms so that he would not have to suffer any longer. Lord, we pray for Brianna and her family. We pray that Christopher realizes and finds that he did wrong. And we hope and pray for Christopher's family to understand that they have a child of God that did something terribly wrong to his own child. Lord, we pray that you have Corey in your arms and he can see his mother, and pray that you wrap your arms around Brianna and her family and let them know that you have Corey, and you know that, and they know that he is safe, Lord. We pray that the jury is not confused about any of the jargon that defense attorney said. We pray that Brianna has found sobriety. We pray, Lord, that everything will be okay. We pray, Lord, that you also give this judge the right sentence to give Christopher. And we pray, Lord, that this prosecution team did such a great job. We pray that you continue to bless them in their strength and their power to continuously prosecute the bad people. Lord, we pray again for this jury to make the right decision. And Lord, we thank you for bringing all of us together, Lord, for justice for Corey. And we hope that you keep us together to keep justice going for anyone else that deserves it. Lord, thank you so much. We pray in your name. Amen. Hi, Selena. Welcome back. Oh, I hope now that they understand the difference. So the defense filed a motion to acquit, believe it or not, and they are allowed to file a motion as late as they want to. The judge went over some case law, some precedents, and denied that motion. So thank you, Kirsten. Thank you, Julia. They sent the jury also questioned the 3 different charges between murder and the manslaughters, but they answered their own question by the time the judge brought them into the courtroom to explain it. So at least they are still questioning the different charges, and they want to know because they want to make sure they do the right thing. So I think it's great that they are asking questions and they are taking their time. The defense basically was saying that they didn't feel that the prosecution had enough evidence to prove any of these charges, including the first charge of child abuse and neglect, which is crazy because the treadmill video pretty much shows you that. And the judge did hi, Pat, welcome, deny the motion. So I know, and I've been telling everyone, I know a lot of people think that the judge is on the defense side, but the judge is there to kind of be the supposed to be. Now I've seen, I have to say, I've seen this in the Karen Reed trial where that judge does seem biased, but the judge is supposed to just go based on the law. And I will say, it seems like to some people, this judge is biased to the defense, but he has actually been quoting a lot of case law, and he actually has been putting forth a lot of precedents. So, but for those of you that don't know, thank you, Selena, that the judge has to give the defense a little more rope than he does the prosecution, because they are defending and fighting for the life of their client. So that's the way it is in America, in our justice system. The defense does get a little bit more leeway, especially on like cross-examination always gets more leeway and more wiggle room for cross-examination. You'll notice that they are asking questions and they don't get, even when they get objected, the judge might overrule those objections more. And you'll be like, what? And it's because cross-examination is kind of like a free-for-all. So just so you know. Hi, Vanessa. So yeah. It seems like judges are kind of biased, but there is case law and precedent law that supersedes that, which is kind of strange. And it's different for every state. So I don't know every state's law, but like some states you'll see that sentencing gets done right away. And some states you'll see that the jury does the sentencing. And in some states you'll see that they'll do sentencing a month later. They'll schedule that out. So it's different everywhere. Oh, I didn't notice that. I'm sorry, I missed that, Selena. Okay, someone sent me something in my comments last night about Kirsten did. She sent me. I need my glasses because I can't see. What is Toddy One Skip? Is that on YouTube, Kirsten? I don't know if the jury necessarily knows, because I mean the jury is just like we are. They're normal people, so they really don't know the law. Some jurors are. I mean, I'm not saying they're like not knowledgeable, but for the most part, they don't really know a lot about the law. They're just like us. We're just trying to figure it out. So they don't understand that the defense gets a little bit more than the prosecution. So I don't know if it just depends on what their backgrounds are. That's what they do when they jury select. So jury selection, I know Julia's been on a jury before. They ask you questions to kind of weed out people. So if they'll ask certain questions in voir dire, is what it's called. So what they'll do a jury selection, and they may ask you, like, especially if it's an abuse case, let's say it's a spousal abuse case, they may ask a juror, have you ever been in a domestic violence situation or something like that. They may ask something like that. And if you ever have it, you're excused. So they'll find any reason they can to get rid of a juror that's been involved in something similar because they think they might be biased. So some people, like if it's anything to do with law enforcement or anything like that, if you have, do you have family members that are law enforcement? Have you ever been in law enforcement? They may not pick you for the jury. Hi, Ollie. How are you? Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much. Yeah, they may not pick you or they may pick you because you just never know. Some people, it depends on the defense and the prosecution. It may be in their favor to pick someone who has been a cop or was a lawyer or what have you. That's just how they do it. So, but again, I personally would not want a jury of my peers because what is your peer these days? If you think about it. Trump got found guilty on all 34 charges, which is absolutely unheard of. I cannot believe that, but wow. So I'm super stunned. Yeah. That doesn't happen. Oh yeah, it is crazy. I mean, all 34, are you kidding me right now? That's a lot. First of all, they took less time to decide than this jury is taking for this. Oh, they're scared anyway of any kind of verdict. The defense is doing everything they can to get out of this, to wiggle out of this. Well, they didn't take the plea deal. I mean, he had a chance at that 30-year plea deal. Yes. Right? 34 is insanity. That's insane. For a hush money, that's just nuts. That's just nutso. But yeah, all 34, they took less time to find him guilty of 34 charges than this jury is taking to find this guy guilty of possibly murder for 4 charges. This is nuts. So I don't understand. Sometimes our justice system just worries me. So I don't know, but yeah, I'm shocked. All right, let's see if we can find, you said, I have this pulled up on another screen just in case they come back. So we're going to find what Kirsten sent me. A lady who also, what? Let me go to his channel. Does he have a channel? Well, he's done a lot on Gypsy Rose. I did stuff on Gypsy Rose, but I think that girl.
Hey guys, this is Issues with Toddy One Skip. I am Toddy One Skip. Welcome back to my channel. Thank you so much, guys, for allowing me to be part of your day. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner. I don't care.
Oh, it's not this
I was
one?
hungry. I could eat. We could chat. Guys, over 8,000 of you. Thank you so much. So much. So I think this was the 11th day of the Corey Michello.
Oh, with the 3
trial
faces?
about
Okay.
Corey. And
Oh, this one. Okay. I see. All right, you guys, we're going to check this video out.
hey guys, this is Issues
This is
with
about
Toddy
the
One Skip.
defense
I am Toddy
attorney's
One Skip. Welcome back to my channel. Thank you so much. Breakfast,
son.
lunch, or dinner, tea or coffee, tofu or steak, though I'm not going to eat tofu. A little bit of bacon, not so much on the pork, not veal at all, but anything else. I'm always hungry. Guys, always nice to chat with you. Always appreciative of the bit of real estate that you give me of your day, because time is something we can't get back. So
That is
it
very
matters to me
true,
how we
Toddy.
spend it, and that you guys find value in it. And I'm hopeful that you do. Guys, I wanted to read you something. Somebody sent this to me because you guys are spot on.
Yeah, they are
So
selecting yours.
this was
It's crazy.
excuse me, September 26th, 2023, from
Are those all his kids?
newspaper and radio station 101.5, published
Yeah, the Diddy case.
in history.
It's Holly Weird,
3
man.
New Jersey men accused of Shocking R word at Marlboro home. Get light deal. Wait. Marlboro. That's New Jersey. 3 men who had been accused of
Toddy?
taking turns repeatedly R-wording a woman
I'll put it
not
in the
long after
chat.
meeting her at a Manalapan, that's the name of it, bar, have had the most significant charges against them.
That the lawyer. This is the lawyer's kids.
Andrew Gallucci of
Oh, Kirsten got
Marlboro,
it.
Richard S. Gathy of Manalapan, and Ronald W. Honda of Monroe Township in Morris County were all 24 years old at the time of their arrest in 2022. According to a criminal complaint, the 3 men had met a woman, her male friend, at a Manalapan bar. Officials said the woman and male friend went back with 3 of the men to Gallucci's home in the neighboring town of Marlboro. The male friend then became ill after drinking something that was handed to him, officials said. According to the complaint, the woman told investigators that while her male friend was incapacitated,
I'm guessing it's the one on the left.
Restrained by the men. They took turns.
Oh,
2 R-worded her,
Oh.
while the 3rd stood guard, officials said. Each man pleaded guilty to 3rd-degree criminal restraint. Gallucci,
Oh.
Andrew Gallucci. Wait a minute. Gallucci. His dad said he was a good son. Gallucci.
Oh,
You know, the little man that looks like a sprite. Pardon me, Gallucci. The one that's running around the trial. The one that's running around the trial for Christopher Greger. His lawyer. The guy that we've asked, why isn't he getting it? Or the guy that we thought might be, not on Chris's side, the guy that we thought might be really behaving that way so arrogantly. So maybe, perhaps, the jury might hate him so much that they convict Chris. Nope, this guy is just freaking arrogant, can't read the room, and just keeps yelling at people because the son of a powerful attorney, Andrew Gallucci, is the son of Mario Gallucci, a criminal defense attorney with his own firm based in Staten Island. You see the problem? That's the way Gallucci is. It's not an act. He's not trying to get anybody any justice. He's just trying to get a paycheck.
Yeah.
This is a son that he's proud of, a son that admitted to restraining people, to restraining a woman. You know, while Mario Gallucci is running his mouth, trying to berate and making Brianna seem to be like this incompetent mom who somehow took care of her son and never had bruises. There weren't bruises on Corey, only bruises after Corey met his dad. And then Gallucci says something about a fresh wound on the belly button that was not noted, and that should be this big deal. I know that Corey was walking his dog that day. If the dog jumped up on him and scratched him on the belly button, there is just, you know, not only has Mario Gallucci, in my opinion, done a shitty job, thankfully, he was so unlikable that it kind of made your stomach turn, and Vanessa, you really want to get even revenge on him for being so unlikable in the way that he treated everybody except for the people. I mean, you could treat people a certain way when you are, you know, opposing them, but there still has to be respect. He had no respect for the mother of a DAD child that his fucking client, he found excuse for his client for that treadmill video.
Oh, she's mad.
Anybody. You don't know the relationship that Corey had with his dad. I know one thing, that's fucking abuse. Oof. So fuck you. Oof. You just found an excuse. It's a son pushing his dad. You don't know the relationship. That's abuse. You took a case that you knew you couldn't win for the money, and then you berated a mother that lost a child at the hands of your client, and that's what you did. and you don't see anything wrong with the behavior of your son holding somebody. He's a great son. That's what he said. He's a great son. I'm a proud dad. Really? Really? That was what? Make-believe? This is make-believe too? This didn't happen either? This is the way you raise your great son? You don't find any problem in that, Mr. Gallucci, lawyer Gallucci? You don't want to say anything about that. Nope, nope, nope. And are you kidding me? Wait.
Kirsten.
Wait. How can you do? Mario Gallucci is a member of the top 100 national trial lawyers.
Yeah, it's
and has
really
been
sad,
described by the New
Vanessa.
York as a stylish, tenacious defender. He
Hi,
looks like a
China.
sprite,
Welcome
man.
back.
He goes by Mr. Acquittal on both Twitter, Instagram. Both Twitter
Yeah,
and
she said
Instagram.
everything we want to
He was
say.
listed as the defense attorney for both of his sons' co-defendants. Because somehow you thought that behavior was okay. Listen, everybody deserves a fair trial.
Well,
but
this
really,
puts all the pieces
you know,
together, right?
not when a fair trial is, it's not when you know somebody is guilty and you try to get them off on a technicality because they're still guilty and they're still dangerous. And that is not being so much of a citizen of this country that, you know, cares about other citizens of this country. I am not shocked at all at Gallucci's son and Gallucci's personal life. I am not surprised at all because once I saw him,
Yeah, Julia.
I saw him,
She's saying everything we want to say.
berating Corey's mom. I said to myself, this guy has no class. This guy is a bully.
Yeah.
This guy has nothing on his side and took this case out of money. Because he has
Agreed.
nothing. And then tries to criticize the hell out of Brianna, who had her son in her custody for so many years. And Chris, because he gets his son in his custody for what, a year and a half, and that he's alone with him for even less amount of time, that he doesn't have to answer to his parents, that he ends up DEAD. And somehow, Gallucci wants us to believe that it's Brianna's fault. Not the guy on the treadmill. He says, don't even pay attention. You know, the treadmill doesn't prove. The treadmill proves abuse. The treadmill video proves abuse. That's the outrage, Gallucci. I'm sorry you can't comprehend that. The fact that you didn't mention that Chris has a drug problem, that Chris has had other problems. Some of that stuff's been covered up because his dad, 27-year veteran on New Jersey State Police. I wonder how they're feeling about themselves right now, that state police. You like that stain? You like that fucking stain?
Right? Amazing G. Hi. Yeah.
Guys, this is Issues with Toddy One Skip. I just wanted to put that out there because I can and I should, because I wanted you to see, I guess, what Gallucci feels is fair, right, and everything else. And how somebody like that can go after somebody like Brianna, who screamed and cried and yelled for help for Corey, only to be failed by a system, and probably failed because of the line of work that Grandpa Gregor is in and the pull he has in New Jersey. And shame on you, Gregor, David Gregor. Shame on you.
Woo.
Guys, this is Issues with Toddy One Skip. Tell me what you think. Be better today than you were yesterday, not half as good as you'll be tomorrow. Always be kind. Thanks, guys.
Aww.
Like, subscribe, and share.
Aww. Man, you guys, that was crazy. That's nuts. So I will say this about what I have noticed about this defense attorney, other than he's obviously not Christopher has been arrested for pot. I don't know about any other drugs, but I know he's been arrested he's been caught with marijuana. He's also I think been involved in some other types of abuse. But his dad has gotten him off. But Christopher also worked with children. I think he has a degree to be a teacher or something. I will say this about defense attorneys. Usually when they know, like, he has the video, right, of him abusing Corey on the treadmill. He, like, kind of skims over that. Not that he didn't talk about it a lot. He did talk about the video a lot, but he just dismisses it pretty much, as far as he's like, you're not going to like him. I don't like him either, kind of thing with the video. But the video is very important because that's the first charge, is the child abuse. But he downplays it as far as abuse is concerned. He just says, you're not going to like him with that video. I don't like him. But he doesn't look at it as abuse, which is really weird, because most defense attorneys, if they know their client is guilty, they will admit, okay, yeah, he did that. Okay. So we admit to that. We admit that he did that. It was wrong. He was having a bad day. They would make up some kind of excuse, at least some, even if it's a crappy excuse, they would give some sort of excuse for that behavior. But he's not even giving an excuse for Christopher's behavior. He's just double downing on his innocence. Like, so he's not giving a little bit. Yeah. So Gallucci's like, literally, like, he's innocent, completely innocent on all charges, even though that video is out there. He's not even like giving up, like budging. So that explains a lot when you see. Yeah, it definitely is, Kathy. Anywhere you go, it's like that. Vanessa, that case is so freaking weird. Oh, and they're not having trial until like next Tuesday. I'm going to be in the hospital next Tuesday, so I'm not going to be able to watch it. So, but they'll be back in court Tuesday. That is such a strange case. Yeah, she's very straightforward. She's saying everything I want to say, but I'm trying to be good. Although I have not seen anywhere in the Bible that says you can't cuss, but I've been trying to be good. Oh, man, sometimes the cops are the worst ones. I hate to say that. Yeah, and YouTube is so restricting, so I'm trying really hard. What is that? The day they were sentenced to probation? What is that one? Yeah, honestly, I think because most of those people were picked on in high school or as kids. I don't know. I don't remember why they did that. Maybe it's something with the witnesses. I don't know, because they were having half days on, was it Wednesdays and Fridays or something like that, or Tuesdays and Thursdays, and she was talking about making them normal days. But that judge, I don't really like her very much. She's definitely kind of, I think that judge she's not citing any case law or any precedent law or anything like that. I think she is kind of biased. She definitely does not give the defense any rope. And she lets, when the prosecution does their direct examination, she lets the witness just ramble on and on and on and lets them give hearsay testimony. But she doesn't allow that for the defense, which is really frustrating, which is when she should allow it, because the defense, it's cross-examination. They're allowed to ask whatever they want. So it's very odd to me. I think that's everywhere. The whole, I think everybody has a pretty angry side, just in a different way. So I want to check out. Yeah, my son is applying to be a cop, and I'm not really sure. I'm not really happy about it. He's applying to be a cop here in Austin, and I really don't want him to do that. She didn't say. I think they got away with it. They just pled guilty to the charges. The judge in the Karen Reed trial, I don't know. I mean, obviously everybody up there knows everybody. I mean, New Jersey is really tight knit, actually. Because like I said, I have family that lives up in Jersey, and if you're not in the clique, then you're not in the clique. Hi, Lainey. How are you? Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, if you're not in the clique up there, you're definitely not in it. And my family is not in the clique. So like it is all about the money and whatnot up there. It's the same with South Koreans, where they once they start going off, they sound like they're angry. Have you seen that movie, the new Vacation, when they redid Vacation, and they have the car and their directions are being yelled at as Korean? Sounds like they're angry. Yeah, they're still deliberating, Rosalie. But they have been asking questions, so that's good. Yeah, it's I don't know how it got past the grand jury. And what's crazy is her defense team has tried to get this trial to not have gone to trial, and the judge just wouldn't hear it. Not a word. Oh, they weren't charged? Oh. Let me look this up. They said
single parent of 2 children he adopted when his sister and her husband tragically died within 2
Hi,
months
Nicole.
of each other. He was
If
also
you
a
think about it,
Boston
they haven't
police
really been in
officer. John was
deliberations for long.
dating Karen Reed for a
Only
couple of years
technically been
when
just under
tragedy
6
struck
hours
again.
because they
After a
went home
night
last
of
night.
bar hopping with Karen in downtown Canton, Massachusetts, John was found dead on the front lawn of another officer's home.
This
He
video
was
saying that the
hosting an
kids talk about
after-hours
their
party.
relationship. So I
Prosecutors
wonder what
say
the kids have
Karen
to say.
ran him over after a heated argument fueled by jealousy and a soured relationship. But the defense says he was killed inside the home.
Look at all
And
this
the
connection.
homeowners, along
These
with other people in the house
That's
and
Brian
local and
Higgins
state police,
on the left.
conspired to frame Karen Reed. One person identified by the defense as being part of the conspiracy is ATF agent Brian Higgins, who was at the
threw
bar
away his
and at
phone.
the
Got
party
a
that
whole new
night.
number.
Flirtatious messages between
And yet he
Higgins
kept
and
these
Reed
messages.
complicated his story on the stand. And today, under cross-examination, Higgins was grilled about why he disposed of his cell phone at a dumpster on a military base. And no cameras were allowed inside of the courtroom
Weird,
today,
right?
as the jury heard from John O'Keefe's adopted children as they testified about the death of their uncle and his relationship with Karen Reed. We have the latest from the courtroom as we continue our coverage into the tragic death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
Oh, I missed the kids' testimony. That's
Good
right.
evening
They were
and
their
welcome to
identity
Closing
was hidden.
Arguments. I'm Julia
We
Janae, filling
were
in for
doing a
Vinny
live.
Paulton this week. He's on assignment filming the new season of Accomplice to Murder. And what we saw today inside of the courtroom, it was a big day in Dedham, Massachusetts. The defendant, Karen Reed, she's on trial for the murder of her boyfriend, who was a
Oh, they
Boston
had the
police
kids on the
officer,
stand.
John
That's
O'Keefe.
sad.
Now,
I missed
testimony concluded on Friday last week after the jury heard some steamy text messages between
that.
Karen
That's all right,
Reed
Nicole.
and ATF agent Brian Higgins.
We want
They
them
were
to
brought
take their
into
time. We want
evidence,
them to get it
and it brought
right.
up questions about Karen's relationship with Higgins and the status of her relationship with the victim in this case, John O'Keefe. Now, Higgins was at the Alberts after party where John O'Keefe would later be found dead on the front lawn. So today he returned to the stand and he was under cross-examination, redirect and recross. And he was questioned about his choice to get rid of the phone that he used to exchange messages with Karen, those steamy messages, but he was also questioned about when and how he chose to dispose of his phone, and it raised a lot of red flags. The jury also heard from John O'Keefe's adopted children, his niece and nephew. They came to live with their uncle after they tragically lost both of their parents on separate occasions. Our cameras were not allowed to broadcast that testimony, and we will be bringing you a special report very soon on what John O'Keefe's niece and nephew said on the stand during that testimony. But first, let's look back at some of today's other
Well, they weren't
testimony
allowed
in
to
our daily
even
wrap.
say the show the hear it.
Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of him. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
You didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 20th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I
Yeah, they did have a lot of
now,
underage drinking, Vanessa.
being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on
All
the
the
side
people
of the
there were
road,
half of them were
I
kids.
would have done something to make a difference.
As far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature. With him, as I recall, we, despite, resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a not a significant warming of his core temperature.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
I wonder how long it takes for your temperature to get that low. I'm not going to look it up. Somebody will.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes.
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
Yes.
Hey, I have dogs, and I don't feel like those are dog.
And I believe
marks.
you described sort of a laceration above his eye.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think?
John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or statement.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture, correct.
Based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. We usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them. So our values that were calculated for the low was a 0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
A lot of witnesses on the stand today. Some key witnesses like Brian Higgins, definitely key to the defense case for Karen Reed, but also we heard some health and medical information coming slowly out about that day that John O'Keefe's body was found. Information about him, but also information about Karen Reed, her status. But what you likely didn't see here on Court TV, if you were watching, you didn't see the details that came from the witness stand through the niece and nephew of John O'Keefe. That was something that the court ordered, that there could be no video and no audio.
No audio.
So what we have now is Boston 25 reporter Ted Daniel, who is inside of that courtroom today for this testimony of the minor children. He's joining us live from Massachusetts tonight. Ted, thanks so much for joining us. You've been following this case from the very beginning. You're adamant about your tweets from inside of the courtroom. They are very helpful to knowing what's going on there. And you put out some really great notes about what had happened. I think you were relegated not even to being able to tweet during that testimony because the court said no electronics, so you had to handwrite them down. But I want to get your take from being inside of the courtroom, what the demeanor of the niece and nephew were like and what they had to say about Karen Reed's relationship with John O'Keefe before he died.
Well, I think this is a key component, Julia, to the prosecution's argument and their theory that, they say the relationship had soured, that Karen was at the end of her rope with John and was, thinking about somebody else. And I think they brought the children in to sort of back that theory up. Both kids testified that, at the beginning of the relationship, it was great and they enjoyed Karen. But they both said towards the end of the relationship that things were not as good. And they were specifically asked about, arguments that the two may have had, whether it had been on vacation or at the house. Keep in mind, Karen was a big part of the kids' life. She would drive them to school. She took care of them a lot. John was a police officer, so he had, tough hours, and Karen was there during a lot of time for the kids.
It's sobering to remember that they not only lost their mother, their father, adopted by their uncle, then to not only lose him, but it sounds like Karen was very much a mother figure in their life for a period of time. And now they've lost her, not only to this incident, but now that she's on trial, that who knows what will happen when the jury gets this case. But Ted, what was it like as far as the minors coming into the courtroom? We know the family of both parties are there. We have John O'Keefe's family, who has been in this courtroom every day, but also Karen Reed's family. How did they respond to the kids on the stand? And did you notice anything from the jury?
Yeah, the courtroom is so small, and right now the only people that are essentially allowed in is a group of Karen Reed's family and friends, and then John O'Keefe's family and friends. So that's about it, besides the 10 members of the media. And as you mentioned, I was kind of struck that when they said, when the children were coming in, we knew that the cameras would have to go off, and I think that was a great thing that the court did. There was no reason for that to be broadcast, that testimony, but they said to us, okay, we even want your electronics put away. You couldn't take notes. So the court literally went and grabbed paper and pen for us reporters who've gone all electronic, and that's the way we took our notes. As for the family, I mean, I think that, you know, these kids are so special to the O'Keefe family. They've been through so much. I think it had to have been hard for them to see, you know, a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old in this setting. The defense didn't spend a lot of time on cross with the kids, maybe a couple quick questions. And one of the things that struck me from the defense, it was David Unetti who was doing the cross, and he said to the 13-year-old boy, after asking one question, he said, "I'm sorry that you have to be here." And that's the way he ended, you know, his cross with that child. And it seemed like the prosecution wanted to make a point that, you know, that the kids had seen some stuff. And I think
that's sad.
If I was on the jury, I think that, okay, I understand that, at least in the eyes of the kids, they're saying that, you know, that it wasn't all roses in this relationship.
All right, I saw in your notes that you mentioned the niece witnessed some yelling or overheard some yelling in Aruba that the jury has heard a lot about. That would have been about 4 weeks before this incident. But I also noticed in your notes the night or the morning after John O'Keefe was missing, that at 4:30 in the morning, the niece was woken up by Karen. What did the jury learn about what was happening inside of that home when John O'Keefe was not there, but Karen Reed was?
Yeah, so it was 4:30 in the morning. This is, you know, about 2 hours before John O'Keefe's body would be discovered on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. And the niece said that Karen came in, said her name, and she was just kind of waking up, and then Karen walked out. And then she said that she heard her name again. And then Karen asked her to make a number of phone calls. One to Jennifer McCabe, who had been at 34 Fairview Road the night before. And that the niece said that she overheard during one of those phone calls, Karen saying something to the effect of, "Did I hit him? Could I have hit him?" And that's sort of been echoed by previous witnesses, including some of the first responders. So that is another person who—
That's such a weird statement
has said that Karen made somewhat incriminating statements. And so this is the time where she calls, I believe, Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and then they end up coming to John's house where Karen was going
Still waiting. They have
where
asked
Karen was
some
at,
questions.
and then they go out looking for John shortly after that.
Charges.
You know, Ted, it's confused me a
And
bit when I heard
defense did
everything
ask for
around
an
this
acquittal.
testimony before the niece and nephew
They
took
filed
the
a motion
stand
for acquittal,
as
but
to
they did
why
not get
Karen
that.
Reed had to get the niece involved. Did it become clear why she had to get her to make those calls to people, why she didn't call herself? Did she not have the numbers, or was there a reason that she had the niece so involved in this kind of panic of looking for John O'Keefe?
I mean, I think it's logical that if you're thinking on Karen's side of this, that if she's not sure what happened to John, that's his house, that she would go to the house, that she'd wake up the kids and say,
about
where is
the Lucci
John?
son, the
have you
attorney's
seen
son.
him? Why
Apparently he's
I
a very
don't
bad
think
person.
necessarily that Karen would have had Jen McCabe's phone number or Carrie Roberts' phone number. And the oldest niece did know Jennifer McCabe well because she's friends with her daughter, and Jennifer McCabe coached some of her sporting teams. So she had known Jennifer well. And, you know, the impression that you get from the oldest niece is that, you know, Karen was, you know, distraught, beside herself. And so it may be hard to put a lot of logic into what she was doing that morning.
Ted, I have one quick question before we have to get in a break, but the cross-examination, how did that go? Did the defense use kid gloves during that? But more importantly, they brought out that the incriminating statement of maybe I hit him, that the niece didn't tell police that initially.
Yeah, that's about the only question that David Yannetti asked, and that was on the niece after she finished her testimony saying,
I just feel like
you know,
that's
hey,
weird.
I heard this incriminating statement. He said, well, you spoke to law enforcement at this time, and he gave the exact date. And he asked her, you know, did you make this statement to them? I'm not sure if we ever got a full answer before there was an objection, but, you know, what he was insinuating was, hey, why didn't you say this before? Why are all these incriminating statements coming out months and even years later? You know, and I think that David Yannetti tried to insinuate that it's possible that Jennifer McCabe had been coaching this girl. He asked her, how much have you been talking with her? How much, you know, have you been talking about this case? So I think David was trying to leave it with the jury that, okay, this girl, you know, her testimony, she's gone through it with these people who he says have a very vested interest in the outcome of this trial.
Right, using that term coaching in front of the jury, even though he meant that she was her coach actually in sports. Ted, Daniel, thank you so much for all of that information, being our eyes and ears inside of the courtroom. We are going to have to take that break, but we're going to break down the cross-examination of Brian Higgins. But first, here's a look at what's coming up in the next hour. In Ocean City, New Jersey, Christopher Greger is accused of abusing and murdering his 6-year-old son, Corey. Prosecutors say that Corey died from blunt force trauma caused by abuse at the hands of his father. But today, the defense's expert, famed forensic pathologist Dr.
Kirsten
Michael
had
Baden, tells
another
the jury
video.
that trauma was from
He
healthcare
said-
professionals performing CPR. And that Corey
While we're
actually
waiting,
died
still
from
watching
severe
the
rapid pneumonia.
bird.
Tonight, we'll bring in our own expert to break down what could have caused the death of little Corey.
My opinion would be that the manner of death, for all the information that we have, is natural.
In 2011, Karen Swift returned home from a Halloween party
and was never seen alive again.
Weeks later, her body was found near a cemetery.
The case then went cold for over a decade.
Now, her
trying to
estranged
watch this
husband
trial
faces
too.
trial for her murder.
The couple was going through a bitter breakup.
But did divorce lead David Swift to kill?
The Karen Swift murder trial. Live coverage begins this week only on Court TV.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
What happened to the phone and why was it thrown out? Today, under cross-examination, ATF agent Brian Higgins was
The life and crimes of Dr. Michael Baden go back to 1979.
Okay, Kirsten
This is a story
suggested
from the
this.
New York
This is
Times.
gonna crush me, y'all, because
Koch removes Baden
I
as the
have
city's
been a
medical
fan
examiner.
of Dr. Baden for a long time,
This
as
is
well as
Wednesday,
Dr. Henry
August the
Lee.
1st,
And when Dr. Henry
1979.
Lee did the staircase,
Mia Koch
if you remember that
apparently
case,
responding to complaints received from one of the
it crushed me.
city's 5 district's attorneys and from the health commissioner
Being
announced
in a
yesterday he
forensics
would not make
field that
permanent
I've
the
had them on
appointment
and held them in
of
high
Dr.
regard.
Michael M. Baden as chief medical examiner. Dr. Baden was appointed provisionally a year ago, and the appointment had become permanent yesterday.
It's okay.
Making the
That's-
job his until he retired.
That's just
from
what
it.
happens. You
He
can't
will
put
now
people on a
revert to
pedestal.
deputy chief
You never do
medical
that.
examiner. In a news conference at City Hall, the mayor declined to discuss specific charges, saying that the entire record is what's important. I base my decision upon the entire record. The complaints against Dr. Baden were Robert Morgenthau, District Attorney of Manhattan, and Dr. Ronaldo A. Ferrer, the Health Commissioner. Their criticisms were contained in letters sent to the mayor after he had requested evaluations of Dr. Baden's work from the district
I mean, he's
attorneys.
human, just like we all
Dr.
are.
Ferrer's comments were not sought, but he volunteered them. Mr. Morgenthau and Dr. Ferrer generally charged Dr. Baden with sloppy record keeping, poor judgment, and a lack of cooperation. Dr. Baden denied the charges, accusing their accusations are in striking contrast to the praise given Dr. Baden by other district attorneys. The charges also contrast with a letter written to the mayor last April 11 by Dr. Ferrer, which he said some remarkable accomplishments had
They're
been
still
made
deliberating in
improving
the jury room, you
the
guys, just to keep you
administrative
posted. I'm
structure
watching the
and
bird.
managerial procedures of the office. In a 2.5-page letter dated July 13, Dr. Ferrer charged, among other things, that last February, Dr. Baden spoke at grand rounds at Lenox Hill Hospital and presented details not previously presented, in such fashion as to indicate that Governor Rockefeller had died during SEX-UAL intercourse. The term grand rounds referred to a formal hospital meeting often addressed by a guest speaker, which physicians discussed unusual medical cases. A spokesman for Lenox Hill said yesterday that Dr. Baden had appeared there for staff conference, not grand rounds. That date was February 9th, not February 3rd. And in the minutes taken during the meeting, there's no mention of Dr. Baden's having said things Dr. Ferrer alleges. The hospital later issued the statement. The official minutes of the medical staff conference on February 9 at Lenox Hill Hospital, which reports the substance of the presentation by the invited guest, Dr. Michael Baden, makes no reference to Vice Rockefeller's death. According to Ira Hoffman, Associate Director of the Development of Medicine, who chaired the meeting, Rockefeller's death was mentioned, but only briefly in relation to the subject of autopsies, that an autopsy is not done routinely in every instance,
sweet.
and that he, Baden, had no reason to request an autopsy
Definitely
on
have
the
a
Rockefeller death. Dr. Hoffman stated further that he had
Appreciate you
heard
guys so
nothing
much.
during the meeting that might cast aspersions on Rockefeller or the Rockefeller family. Informal conversations between Dr. Baden and other physicians may have taken place following the meeting. Other criticisms by Dr. Ferrer include
So this is a long time ago.
an allegation that Dr. Baden issued a report on the evening of June 14th, 1979, prematurely and without sufficient data on the death of Arthur Miller, a BLACK businessman from the Crown Heights section of Brooklyn.
I wonder how Dr. Baden became so
Mr. Miller
famous.
was killed in a scuffle with police in July 1978, not 1979. Dr. Ferrer says Dr. Baden later changed his report. Dr. Baden denies this. Mr. Miller was killed in an altercation with police. Dr. Baden said yesterday, that's the only way we've ever described his death. Mr. Morgenthau's complaints cover 5 pages, single-spaced. In his letter dated July 12th, he said that the satisfaction with the medical examiner's office in general and with Dr. Baden in specific
That's
is
interesting.
very
Okay,
widely
I'm going to put this out there, y'all.
widespread
If
amongst the
anything bad
assistant
comes out about
district
Keanu Reeves,
attorneys who
my
handled the
world will
homicide
shatter.
cases.
And
He
I'm
listed 3
praying to
cases
God
that he
about
had
it.
said had not
I've been
been
praying to
properly
God
handled
that I
by
have to
Dr.
take
Baden's
Keanu
office.
off of the
One of them
high
included
horse
the
that I have
People
him
versus
on, but
Levine, the defendant
that's
that was
literally the only
indicted for a
person.
killing. Mr.
I'm so sorry,
Morgenthau
Lord.
said that
But
the medical examiner's office
just
lost
please
the
nothing
dead
bad
woman's
come out about
fingernail
Keanu.
clippings needed to determine if she scratched her assailant, a blood-stained dress, a knife, and a telephone cord.
Ooh.
In a 15-page response to Mr. Morgenthal's charges, Dr. Baden called them a masterpiece of distorted advocacy. Wow. He said that the body had been received nude and the police had kept the articles. He said the fingernail clippings were discarded only after the assailant
Thanks,
assistant who
Kirsten.
inspected them saw no value in studying them further.
I don't think Keanu believes in God, which hurts my
So he
heart.
threw
I
out
pray for his soul.
the evidence in this case, the fingernail clippings of this murder in 1979. Mr. Morgenthau also said that he's admitting to it. Here. Mr. Morgenthau also said that Dr. Baden was not scrupulous about returning telephone calls promptly and not being available to work with members of the district attorney's staff to prepare cases for trial. In his explanation to the mayor, Dr. Baden complained that Mr. Morgenthau has been wholly insensitive to the problems his reorganization to his office has created. Yeah, so this is called deflection, right? He's trying to attack the person instead of attacking the facts. Letters written about Dr. Baden by other district attorneys, Mario Marola of the Bronx, John J. Santucci of Queens, Thomas R. Sullivan of Staten Island, and Eugene Gold of Brooklyn seem to be describing an individual and an office totally different from the merging from Mr. Morgenthau's letter. On July 10th, Mr. Marola described Dr. Baden as thoroughly professional and a physician who continues to express his professional medical opinion candidly and forthrightly. Mr. Marola added that a public service so vital in an area needs a doctor of high caliber for this position. Dr. Baden is such a man. Yeah, right.
Oh.
Mr. Santucci called Dr. Baden competent and mostly cooperative, and Mr. Gold described him as cooperative and sensitive to our needs. Mr. Sullivan also used the phrase most cooperative. None of the other district attorneys had anything negative to say about Dr. Baden. Indeed, in a letter written to Dr. Baden directly but not sent to the mayor, even Mr. Morgenthau had praise. In a brief note dated last June 26, Mr. Morgenthau thanked Dr. Baden for his participation in the trial advocacy program conducted by Mr. Morgenthau's office. Please accept my thanks, the letter began. Your demonstration was one of the most successful demonstrations of the entire program. And we received many favorable comments from the prosecutors participating in the program. At a news conference at the medical examiner's office
this is before DNA.
525th Avenue, Dr. Baden said, even if these charges were true, which they are not, they would hardly justify removing me.
Huh.
Even if these charges were true, he shouldn't have said that.
No,
which they
you should never say that.
So he says if they are true, which means there's a possibility they're true, right? He wouldn't have known about deception training back then.
That's actually a terrible
Not like
statement to make.
Dr. Baden's demotion was called an outrage by Robert Tenenbaum, former chief of criminal court bureau for the Manhattan District Attorney. More recently, he has been counsel for the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which is investigating the slayings of both President Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King. Dr. Baden served on that committee as a pathologist. Mr. Tannenbaum said he is too independent. That's the only slam on the guy. He cannot be leaned on, and he has tremendous integrity. And so in the mentality of New York establishment, he can't be trusted.
Oh.
28,000 deaths in 1978 alone, investigated by Office of Medical Examiner. All the cases examined by the Office of the City's Medical Examiner have one thing in common: death. The very last moments of an individual's life are the very beginnings of the investigation by the Medical Examiner's Office. These investigations, directed by the Chief Medical Examiner, are conducted by a full-time staff of 151, including 18 pathologists. There are offices in each of the city's boroughs. Medical examiner's office has an annual budget of $3.5 million. The chief medical examiner gets 50 grand a year. In 1979, a lot of money, right? The medical examiner enters a case where a death occurs in a public place.
But he's getting paid $800 an
If
hour.
the dead person has not been attended by the physician
to
in
do
the last week of
cases.
life, there is a death of a person in seeming good health, or if there's a suspicion of unnatural death, right? And then he goes to this Chris Gregor case and does the opposite. Last year, the medical examiner's office investigated 28,000 deaths, about a third of all deaths in the city, and it performed more than 8,000 autopsies just in 1978.
Wow.
So when he says he's done 20,000 over his whole life, that's not much, right? Because he was kicked out. They didn't want him doing them. The chief medical examiner is appointed by the mayor, serving among top 3 qualifiers on civil service examination. The mayor's refusal yesterday to make permanent the appointment of Dr. Michael Baden as chief medical examiner is only the most recent controversy surrounding an office that has had a history of being subject to charges and countercharges. In 1973, the office, then under the direction of Dr. Milton Halperin, came under attack when it was revealed that someone in the office had severed the head of an unidentified woman who was believed to have drowned, buried her body in a potages field without an autopsy, and only later discovered by chance the head contained a bullet. Good grief. So obviously they don't want him working there because he's too controversial, right? They've had trouble in the past, and they're saying this guy's full on. Following our excerpts from letters by City's Health Commissioner Dr. Ronaldo A. Ferrer and the Manhattan District Attorney Robert M. Morgenthau to Mayor Koch, is it Koch?
Koch.
Regarding the appointment of Dr. Michael Baden as chief
That's
medical
a
examiner.
in this
Each
country.
letter is accompanied by
Kirsten, the Koch
experts, and
brothers,
Dr.
the
Baden's
Koch
replies
family
to
is
the
very powerful here.
Dr. Ferrer. Dr. Baden has exhibited poor judgment in many instances, including in January 1979, he requested that Beth Israel
So are the
Medical
Rockefellers.
Center disclose all records regarding a former patient in its methadone maintenance program. Compliance by Beth Israel would have violated federal law. Regarding the death of Arthur Miller, ME K78329, Dr. Baden issued a report on the evening of June 14, 1979, prematurely and without sufficient data. On Friday, February 3, 1979, following Governor Rockefeller's death, Dr. Baden, in his role as an invited speaker on the functions of Chief Medical Examiner's Office at the Grand Rounds
Yeah, the
at
Kochs are
Lenox
one of
Hill
the
Hospital,
largest
focused
campaign
on
contributors
his presentation
in the
on the
country.
governor's death. He included a number of details not previously presented in such fashion as to indicate that the governor had died during SI. Dr. Baden has demonstrated a lack of ability in administering his office. Commissioner Ferrer states that I requested that Beth Israel Hospital violate federal laws of confidentiality of a former patient that improperly pursued this request, finally withdrawing it only in the face of hospital's persistent refusal.
Still
This
watching the
charge
bird,
is
y'all.
wholly false. The facts are
Just so you know.
by Dr. Baden.
Keeping you
They're
posted.
just denying. The descendant was 46-year-old man, found dead October 1978. So he's been messing with these deaths for so long.
Huh. That's interesting.
So that's 40. Is it 42 years ago? 44 years ago. Under suspicious circumstances, and
Just so
autopsy
everybody
determined
just
that he had
killing
died of a
time,
rupture
watching
of the
some other
spleen
stuff
of
while we're
uncertain
waiting on the
origin.
bird to stop
Manhattan Deputy
showing on
Chief
the
Medical
other
Examiner performed the
on the
autopsy
Christopher
when
Gregor trial. Waiting for the jury to come
unable
back.
to determine this rupture was from natural disease or the result of homicidal trauma. He therefore, in normal
checking
and routine
bodies
course of such
past
death investigation,
that's
sent
coming back to
on
haunt him.
11/16/78, former letter requested copies from
Even
prior hospital
though he's so
records.
well renowned. We're finding out what he's well
Regarding the
renowned
death
for.
of Arthur Miller, Commissioner Ferrer states that Dr. Baden issued a report on the evening of June the 4th, 1979, prematurely and without sufficient data, and that I changed the contents of the report. Again, the facts are quite to the contrary. Mr. The facts are quite to the contrary. Again, it's hidden admission of him doing something wrong. Bet you didn't realize this would come back to kick him in the ass. Mr. Miller was pronounced dead at 6:29 June 14, 1978. The Brooklyn Deputy Chief Medical Examiner responded to the concerns about the death.
Wait, what?
Performed an autopsy later that same evenings and determined the cause of the death to be asphyxia associated with laryngeal trauma sustained while resisting arrest. Pending further study and police investigation, at no time was that diagnosis changed by this office or that deputy.
They are, Julia. Very, very powerful
here. To the best
here.
of my knowledge, I made no comments to the press relative to the best of my knowledge. Commissioner Ferrer states that I perpetrated a serious instance of unprofessional conduct by improperly discussing at Lenox Hill Hospital Grand Grounds February 19... Now he's admitting to it. Governor Rockefeller's death in such a fashion as to indicate that the governor had died during SI. I never said such a thing. By Mr. Morgenthau. Dissatisfaction with...
Yeah, they backed Nikki Haley's campaign. I don't know who they're backing now.
The medical examiner's office in general and with Dr. Baden in specific is very widespread among the assistant district attorneys who handle homicide cases. Wow. In general, and with Dr. Baden in specific, is very widespread among the assistant district attorneys who handle homicide cases. The complaints are varied, but most have to do with the sloppy way in which evidence is handled. Important evidence was lost in 2 cases. The unavailability of Dr. Baden and his staff to prepare cases for trials and grand jury presentations, for their rudeness towards assistants and their cavalier attitude about their responsibilities in connection with the trial of cases. I describe below a few examples. People versus Levine. The defendant was indicted for killing Miriam... Oh, where's that gone? Winefield. Several important pieces of evidence were recovered. The deceased's fingernail clippings, her dress stained with blood, blue towel, knife, and a telephone cord, which apparently was used in the murder. All the items were lost.
Ooh, that's a lot of evidence, y'all.
Perhaps
this is the
as
70s,
distressing
though.
as the loss itself was Dr. Baden's attitude, which was characterized by the assistant as unknowing and uncaring about the significance of the loss. When the assistant came to Dr. Baden's office to discuss how to salvage the case in light, the loss of evidence, he was not so politely told to leave. 2, Peoples versus Hayes. Again, in this murder case, several important pieces of evidence were lost.
Wow.
2 bloody knives.
Wow.
Jesus. A blood-stained pair of pants and a blood-stained piece of cloth. These items were logged into the medical examiner's office on October 6, 1978, several times in November and December 1978 and 79. The assistant district attorney and the detectives on the case contacted the medical examiner's office to learn the results of the tests that were to be done on these items. Each time they were told that the tests had not been performed. On February 26, 1979, the assistant was told by the serologist that after researching the medical examiner's office, he and his staff could not find any of the evidence. And then Dr. Baden, let's see if he admits to it here. Mr. Morgenthau's letter magnifies the natural frictions that develop in this high-pressure system in which we work with mountainous problems. Our roles are different. So this is probably just 100%.
Did you calculate it, Julia? I'm terrible at math.
Nothing to do with what he said. No one asked him what the problems are in a high-pressure system.
He was already 45 in the 70s.
Right. So that's bad. Our roles are different. No kidding. My office only ought to co-opt with the district attorney, and any more than the district attorney should co-opt us.
This is crazy.
Deceptive.
He has been called in a lot
Let me
of
respond to Mr. Morgenthau's charges. People versus Levine. Mr. Morgenthau's statement is based on misinformation. What? The descendant was found nude at the scene of the death and was brought to the medical examiner's office nude and was received by the autopsy physician nude. No item of clothing and no weapons were taken by the medical examiner from the scene. What? I take strong exception to Mr. Morgenthal's adoption of his assistant's description as this is gaslighting.
Oh.
Unknowing and uncaring about significance of the loss. Such a charge by a government colleague who blindly accepts a subordinate's glib characterization is shocking. Word glib. Man, this guy's a POS.
Oh.
I had dozens of hours of conferences with medical examiners, mortuary and serological personnel about this particular matter. It doesn't matter. Like, who was paying him to lose that stuff?
Oh.
People versus Hayes. In April 1, advised Mr. Morgenthal's chief assistant by the telephone that the evidence had not been located after an extensive search of the serology laboratory and storage areas appeared to be lost, but that further searching would continue. Mr. Morgenthal's statement that Dr. Baden did not evince notable distress at the loss is again outrageous and surely unprofessional. He's only cared about how they talk about his personality and not the facts of the crime. Psychopath.
Oh.
Okay, so now we move 3 years later, again to the New York Times. These are all New York Times stories. So 3 years later, they order his dismissal. And he's been working in the office since then. Baden dismissal ordered for comment and article about murder.
Oh, guys, this is shocking for me.
Hapward L.I. Dr. Michael M. Baden was ordered dismissed today as Chief Deputy Medical Examiner of Suffolk County after a magazine quoted him giving what the county executive
Hi, Selena.
called
Welcome
advice on
back.
how
We're
to
just
kill
killing
people.
time. We're watching
The county executive
heart-wrenching
Peter F.
information
Callahan
about
said
Dr.
he had the
Baden.
authority to dismiss Dr. Baden because the forensic pathologist had not been permanently appointed. Dr. Baden has held a $53,000 a year post for less than a year. But Dr. Baden was not formally dismissed today because the county aide said they needed time to check civil service laws.
I'm still
and must
watching the
decide
bird, though.
whether a public hearing must be held or written charges filed
I'm learning
in
some
conjunction
interesting
with the removal.
information about Dr.
Dr.
Baden.
Baden had denied late this evening that he had been interviewed by We magazine, in which the article appeared, or that he had said what was attributed to him.
I've been
Those
gaslit my
quotes
whole
attributed
life.
to me just
Ugh.
aren't what I said. Here he goes again. Those words in the article aren't what I said to them. Dr. Baden said, I didn't say anything about how to commit the perfect murder. I just said it then. See, you got to say it twice. I never gave an interview
Yes, he
to
was,
We
Selena.
magazine, he said. I didn't even know what it was.
Oh, yeah. Anya.
Oh, so you did give an interview. I didn't even know what it was after he gave the interview. Then he says he never gave the interview. This guy is hopeless at being deceptive. I mean, he's excellent at being deceptive because he is really, really deceptive in his words. Robert Tannenbaum, Dr. Baden's lawyer, issued a statement and said, as of now, Dr. Baden has not been fired by Suffolk County and the entire matter is being evaluated legally. Appropriate legal action will be taken if necessary against Suffolk County. He was removed 3 years ago as chief medical examiner in New York City amid complaints from the Manhattan District Attorney, from the Health Commissioner about his record-keeping, judgment, and lack of cooperation. Yeah, he did. That's before people really knew what gaslighting was, right? Dr. Baden denied the charges. He sued federal district court, challenging Mayor Koch's right to dismiss him without a hearing, and won a brief reinstatement. But the United States Court of Appeals upheld the mayor's position in the case in December 1980. And Dr. Baden was replaced by Dr. Elliot M. Gross. In Suffolk County, Mr. Callahan ordered immediate removal of the 40-year-old Dr. Baden after reading an article in the January issue of We. He read the article. The article, titled High-Tech Homicide, described various cases of involving fatal doses of potent drugs or poisons whose effects are usually so subtle
We're
that
glad you're here,
routine
Kathy.
autopsies cannot detect them.
I know,
my
Julia. He does.
The article quoted Dr. Baden as
You've been
explaining how a
fucking
person could
gaslit,
commit
like
murder
my
in
whole
hospital, some
life.
drugs that could be used, and how to avoid detection. Gosh, how many times have we seen the poison nurse stories? That guy that did hundreds, right?
Mm.
Dr. Baden was one of several experts quoted. The magazine's publisher, Jeff Goodman, said the article contained a few tongue-in-cheek passages, but added a how-to manual it's not. Yeah, right. Mr. Collahad said, however, that it had been inappropriate for Dr. Baden
Still watching the bird, guys.
comment for such an article.
It's
A
okay,
doctor's
Kirsten.
job is to
It's
cure the sick and
this
care
is
for the ill.
look. I'm
not
learning my
advise
lesson
people how
every
to kill
day.
other
Stop putting
people.
people
Mr. Callahan
on a
said the
pedestal that
comments
they don't belong on.
made by Dr. Baden are a disgrace to the
God
medical
teaches me.
profession and a disgrace to Suffolk County. Even the most advanced civil libertarians would draw a line on a medical doctor advising someone how to commit murder. Doctors take the Hippocratic oath to cure people, not to advise them on how to commit murder. Mr. Callahan said. There he is there. Starting to get a bit of a picture, eh? In 4 years.
Yeah.
Fast forward to 2019. New York medical examiner dismisses Epstein homicide claim by Dr. Michael Baden.
That's right, Selena.
Dr. Michael Baden claims suicide is unlikely, but the doctor performed the autopsy stands by her finding. New York's chief medical examiner pushed back hard Wednesday against the celebrity pathologist for hire, pathologist for hire. Conspiracy stirring claim that Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy was more consistent with homicide than suicide.
Now I'm gonna say I believe that he did not kill himself.
He's a conspiracy theorist. Same as that Gallucci.
I believe that Epstein did not kill himself. I'm sorry.
Going back to 1979.
That is
an autopsy on the dismissal of the medical examiner. Last Monday evening, Dr. Kevin Cahill, Governor Kerry's special assistant for health affairs, was having a chat in Manhattan with Mayor Koch and remarked that he was impressed with the work of Dr. Michael Baden. The city's acting chief medical examiner, Dr. Cahill, praised Dr. Baden as absolutely first rate. The mayor reportedly responded, "Too bad, because I've already made the decision to fire him," at a City Hall press conference the next day. Too bad. How sad. The mayor made it public. The provisional appointment of Dr. Baden would not be made permanent, and the city would move quickly to appoint another chief medical examiner. In the following days, the Baden case became about as clear as a subplot in I, Claudius, with many observers convinced that the ouster was part of a political arrangement between the mayor and the Manhattan District Attorney.
I love y'all.
Robert Morgan, though. The ostensible reason for ouster was criticism contained in Leadwin and Dr. Farah, the health commissioner, and the mayor had asked for evaluations from the city's 5 district attorneys, he said, so that he could decide if Dr. Baden could have post permanently. 4 of them had high praise for Baden and backed the appointment, but Morgenthau said there was widespread dissatisfaction.
They're getting away with it.
Yeah, man. According to one theory being discussed last week, Mr. Morgenthau's reservations about Dr. Baden were inspired by a desire to control the criminal justice system in New York. Right. Those who advanced the theory said that the police commissioner, Robert J. McGuire, supported the district attorney, but they also believed that Mr. Morgenthau could not resist a possible opportunity to control the medical examiner, whose testimony in important cases can spell success or failure for a prosecutor. But perhaps the most serious allegation against Dr. Baden was contained in Dr. Farah's letter. It said that Dr. Baden spoke at the hospital. Oh, we've got this one. Details not and presented details not previously presented in such fashion as to indicate that Rockefeller had died during
no one's offended.
SI. You know what that is psychopathy. He's trying to bring the sexual stuff in, right? In my opinion, Baden is trying to bring sexual stuff in, allegations, as part of his psychopathy.
Look, everybody has a price, I guess. I mean, I guess that's how he became so popular. That's why his name is so well known.
One allegation against Dr. Baden made by Dr. Farrow was that he issued prematurely and without sufficient data a report on Arthur Miller. He was killed in 78. And Dr. Baden denies making a premature report. Like, how many thousands of lives has this guy affected? Charges, countercharges, and riddles surround the Baden case.
Oh, I did not know any of this.
Dr. Farrow refused to name the source of his information, saying through his spokesman that it would be unethical because he might be sued by Dr. Baden. Exactly right. Dr. Baden's a bully. What he does is try to sue people to shut them up. Well, if you're not in their jurisdiction, it's a lot easier to go after this guy. This looks like a spin piece to help Baden. By the late 60s, there were the beginnings of a rift. Dr. Hepburn did not approve of the fact that Dr. Baden's wife, Dr. Judy Ann Denson Gerber, oh, sorry, I need to move that over.
I think they know who the people are. They just are covering for them.
Was running a large drug rehabilitation program and at times was outspoken in criticism of state. And there's no more of the story.
Like I said, I'm doing a film about sex trafficking.
And city drug
there's
programs.
some very, very
After Dr.
important
Halpern
people
passed his 65th
out there.
birthday, he no
You
longer
guys,
enjoyed the
can't
protection
even
of
say their
civil
names,
service.
but there's
He
some
became dependent
very,
of the approval of the mayor to reappoint him on year-to-year
very
basis.
high-profile people. Hi, Susan. Welcome. I'm still watching The Bird. We're just killing time watching some
He did not want
information
to retire,
about
and
Dr.
his wife, who
Baden
acted as his voluntary secretary, made it
and how
clear
he's been doing
she
this
did
for
not
a very
want
long
him to.
time.
Then he accused Dr. Baden of publicly trying to discredit him by providing
Everybody has a
information
price,
to the
I
New
guess.
York Times for articles critical of his office and other agencies. Dr. Baden said he was not the source of the articles. So he probably was, right? So now you've got Dr. Baden providing articles to the New York Times so that he can get his job.
Hi, Gwen. Yeah, I guess he got
Crazy.
popular because he's just been on the stand so much.
So we come forward to 2019.
Celebrity.
JFK, OJ, and now Epstein.
Uh-huh. I believe him
What
on
do they call
Epstein,
him? A
though.
celebrity pathologist.
I'm going to give him that one.
Within hours of Jeffrey Epstein's death on Saturday, the internet was awash with conspiracy theories. During his decades-long career, Baden has investigated the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy and the Reverend Martin Luther King.
I'm glad
Jr.
you've been here, Gwen.
Testified
Yeah,
as
Selena,
a
it's
defense
shocking.
witness for O.J.
I
Simpson
wish I didn't know
identified the
some of
bodies
the
of
names.
Tsar Nicholas II of Russia and Nazi
But
doctor
because my
Joseph
friend was
Mengele.
sex trafficked,
At 85, and now he's 89,
I do know some
estimates
of the
that he had
names, and it's
performed
disgusting.
20,000 more autopsies, which is tiny, right? They did 8,000 in 1978, right?
And she can't name
That
those
office did
people
8,000. So he's
because
only
she
done
wouldn't be alive.
20,000 over his entire career, right? And he's 89. He retired, what, 2012 or something? And he has been hired as a forensic expert for cases involving civil rights activists Meg Rivers, athletes Kobe Bryant, Aaron Hernandez, and celebrities John Belushi. Along the way, he's abandoned the grim confines of city morgues and became a TV personality in his own right, hosting an HBO show and regularly appearing on the Fox channel. And he has counted his fair share of stubborn conspiracy theories that refuse to go away. The famous and infamous, the celebrated and notorious. Do not bleed and die as the rest of us do. What? As Baden wrote in the first chapter of 1989 memoir, An Unnatural Death, Confessions of a Medical Examiner. Man, I bet you if I go through that book, I can find all his... Because what he does is he admits to his crimes when he talks, but because it was so long ago in 1978, people can't... Man, this guy would be so easy to undo. They should get him while he's still alive. He's 8 or 9. You can get him in jail, I reckon. Buried villains still stalk the earth, hidden in other guises, and using the obscure ends in faraway villages.
We have some very powerful people in place that have been running this country.
Self-described troublesome kid.
Since the beginning.
Well, here you go, right? So he's self-snitching. He's one of these little shits that manipulated people, lied. Troublesome kid.
Huh.
His family moved to Brooklyn, where his father worked as an electrician in the borough's Navy Yard during World War II, and Baden grew up in a scrappy neighborhood where he was often bullied for being Jewish. He's saying that himself, so, you know, he's trying to make people feel sorry for him, right? In a 1989 profile in the New York Daily News, Baden admitted that his ornery and rebellious streak had gotten him sent to a reform school, right? This is all self-snitching on himself, but he nonetheless managed to make his way to City College in New York, graduating at the top of the class in 1955. So it's very similar to this Chris Gregor case where you've got Chris Gregor, he's a child killer. This guy is in here defending him, trying to attack the mother in the Chris Gregor case, right? This is what Baden's doing. He's a paid liar. Baden attended medical school at New York University, where his fascination for forensic pathology began. The time the field was considered the dumping ground for incompetence. What? A refuge for doctors who could not make it in the real world. This is what he's calling science of pathology. A dumping ground for incompetence, a refuge for doctors who could not make it in the real world. This is how he talks about science. What a shitty person. He wrote in his memoir, which was co-written by Judith Adler Hennessy, that Baden became entranced to the mystery and thrill of discovery, the rigor of research. What he'd like to do is, he's probably collected, I bet you those things that went missing and all those, I bet he's collected them, hidden them somewhere, like those knives and stuff. I'd be going looking through his properties. He owns a lot. I did a background check on him. He's got no charges, but he owns a lot of properties worth millions that he's bought and sold. In 1977, Congress formed a committee to re-examine the assassinations of Kennedy and King, hoping to dispel lingering claims of cover-ups. Baden, by then a respected pathologist, was put in charge of forensic investigations. In his memoir, he criticized the autopsy done after the Kennedy assassination, noting that it was conducted by military pathologists who had never handled a case that involved a gunshot wound. Yet he ultimately convinced that their findings had been correct. Lee Harvey Oswald had acted alone and there was no second gunman. Similarly, after revising King's autopsy, Baden threw cold water on the theory that black powder found on the civil rights leader's neck had been gunpowder, a claim that had allowed some to suggest that King was shot at close range, meaning that his assassin was someone other than James Earl Ray. Oh, so did he do a couple right and then went after all the smaller cases that weren't famous? You can see how he climbs the ladder, right? He does a few right and then he messes with all these other cases. I bet you he's ruined thousands and thousands of cases, guarantee it. The congressional investigation marked the start of Baden's rise to prominence, but also coincided with the rocky period of his career. He was appointed to New York City's chief medical examiner in 1978, only to be fired less than a year later, clashing with other top of it. He's not clashing. He's not doing his job. He's inappropriate. He's giving away advice on how to kill people with drugs that wouldn't be found normally in, right? And we've seen those crimes. What he did in 1978 has probably affected so many crimes going forward in the future, right?
Or we'll see you later,
In
Selena.
1982, an article in We magazine quoted Baden giving advice
Hopefully
about
they'll
what
come with a
drugs
verdict.
to
I'm still
use
watching The
to commit
Bird.
murder and how to avoid being detected.
Just trying to see what other
Baden testified in the O.J. Simpson trial
today.
on August 10th, 11th, 1995, and made two claims that he later disowned. You know, what he's doing is messing up these victims' lives. He's messing up Brianna's life in this new trial. He's messed up the family of the victims of Nicole Brown. First, he claimed that Nicole Brown was still standing and conscious when her throat was slashed. The purpose of this claim was to dispute the theory that Brown was the intended target. Prosecution argued that Brown was murdered first, the intended target, because the soles of her feet didn't have any blood on them, despite the large amount of blood at the crime scene, and that she was unconscious when her throat was cut because she had very few defensive wounds. At the subsequent civil trial the following year, he disowned that claim. The following year, he disowned the claim at the civil trial and admitted it was absurd to think that someone would stand still without moving their feet while their throat is being slashed and not fight back.
If y'all remember, she was
PLS.
almost decapitated.
To do that a year later? No, that's a crazy thing to say. You know who does that? Psychopath. Baden then claimed that Ron Goldman remained conscious and fought with his assailant for at least 10 minutes with a severed jugular vein. The purpose of this testimony was to extend the length of time it took for the murders to happen to the point where Simpson had an alibi. At the subsequent civil trial, he initially denied making that claim. And then after being confronted with a video clip saying it at the criminal trial, he disowned it. Baden claimed he misunderstood the question, but the Goldman's attorney alleged he said it because the defense paid him to do so. He also alleged that Baden knowingly gave false testimony because he knew that Ron Goldman's blood was found inside Simpson's Bronco, despite Goldman never having an opportunity within his lifetime to be in Simpson's car. After the trial, Baden said that testifying for Simpson was a mistake, as his reputation and credibility never recovered. Come on. And his clientele for consulting practice all but vanished. Good. Should be in jail. Because of negative reaction to the acquittal by the public, the jurors stating they believed his two aforementioned claims that he later disowned. So the jurors, right? Biggest case in the world. 95 million people watched O.J. Simpson take off down the motorway, right? With a gun to his head saying he was going to kill himself. Right? He fled, right? O.J. Simpson fled in that Bronco. And he still got an acquittal after 95 million people watched him fleeing. The jurors stating they believed his two aforementioned claims that he later disowned. And the trial being televised, making testimony widely known, he was constantly being made to rehash this testimony from the Simpson case during cross-examination and other cases, and constantly being discredited for allegedly being a rented expert who sold himself to Simpson and deliberately gave misleading testimony in order to collect a $165,000 retainer.
$165,000.
Phil Spector, murder of Lana Clarkson. In 2007, Baden testified in his new theory of the death of music producers Phil Spector's victim. He sought to provide an alternate explanation for blood on the victim's jacket. When asked by a prosecutor if he had any conflicts in interest, Baden replied, "None that I can think of." It was later revealed that his wife was one of Spector's main attorneys. Inappropriate, right? He's got an inappropriate relationship.
Of interest.
John and Joyce Sheridan. The deaths. Baden was hired by the sons of former New Jersey State Transportation Commissioner John Sheridan to work with the county medical examiner during the autopsy on Sheridan and his wife after their 2014 deaths in a fire at their Skillman home. The Somerset County prosecutors eventually found their deaths to be a murder-suicide. Baden believed that there was enough evidence contradicting that theory and suggesting a possibility of an intruder in the house. While Joyce Sheridan's death was definitely a homicide, her husband's should be considered to be undetermined. So they're trying to hide, right? He's being paid to hide the crime.
Oh.
He was unable to persuade the county medical examiner to indicate definitely in the autopsy report that the knife responsible for some of Sheridan's
Yeah, the Gregor
wounds
dad has a lot
was
of pull,
not any of
Susan.
those recovered at the crime scene. Oh, he loves to hide knives, old Baden. He likes to make them disappear in 1970s cases, as well as that some of the DNA on one of the knife handles was not John Sheridan or anyone related to him. In 2017, the state's chief medical examiner formally changed the manner of John Sheridan's death from suicide to undetermined after an open letter whose signatories included 3 former governors, 2 former state attorneys generals, and 1 sitting piece of the state Supreme Court urged the change.
Hold on, the bird is moving.
Michael Brown.
I don't know
Michael Brown.
they're coming back
At
or
the
not.
request of the
I'm
family of
watching the
Michael
bird.
Brown, Baden conducted a 4-hour autopsy. The body had been washed and embalmed. He did not have clothing or x-rays to
There is a
examine
lot of
gunpowder
corruption in
residue
Jersey, Susan.
or bullet locations. He determined his evidence was insufficient to forensically reconstruct the shooting. Jeffrey Epstein. In October 2019, Baden was hired by Jeffrey Epstein's brother, right? Hired to hide and observe the autopsy done by city officials following Epstein's
Anyone
death in
who's
custody
watching us, we're
at a
just
federal
killing time
facility
in
New York
between
on 6
waiting for the
trafficking
jury
charges.
to
Baden
come back.
distributed New York
We're
Chief
learning
Medical
about
Examiner
Dr. Biden's
Barbara
history.
Sampson's, a female he would do, conclusion that Epstein's death was a suicide,
But I do believe
asserting that 3
Epstein
fractures
was
in
killed.
Epstein's neck are more
So
consistent
I
with
do agree
homicide
with this.
by strangulation and rarely seen in suicide by hanging.
This Dr.
Baden asserted
Biden
that
theory, I
autopsy
agree
points
with.
to homicide because he's being paid to, right?
I still agree.
Hired by Epstein's brother, George Floyd. In late May 2020, Baden and Alicia M. Wilson, a pathologist and director of autopsy and forensic services at the University of Michigan Medical School and owner of Michigan Autopsy and Medico Legal Consulting, were hired by the family of
everywhere.
George Floyd to perform an autopsy following Floyd's murder by Derek Chauvin, a Minneapolis police officer. From the evidence available to them, which did not include a toxicology report, right? So they did not include the toxicology report in their report, right? They're being paid by these people and they leave out the report or unspecified bodily samples. Baden and Wilson announced on June 1st that Floyd's death was caused by asphyxia due to neck and back compression and that Floyd had no underlying medical problem that contributed to his death. Their results conflicted with the autopsy performed by Andrew Baker, a pathologist and the chief medical examiner for Hennepin County since 2004,
Hi, Joanne. Welcome back.
which found that the cause of death was cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement, subdural restraint, and neck compression. So he had a heart attack because they killed him, because they stopped his...
So that's funny you say that, Susan, because I go to New
Because they
Jersey
were
to
killing
visit
him,
my
right?
family,
So what
and I was on
Baden's
flight
done
to
there
Jersey.
and her is
Half the
left
flight
out the
was
from the evidence available to it, which did
full
not
of
include a
immigrants.
toxicology
They were
report,
wearing ankle bracelets, actually,
right?
and
They
had
left them
little
out.
manila
It's like
envelopes
leaving the knives out.
with their information.
Baden's first marriage, which ended
No,
in
I'm still watching the bird.
1997, was
They're not
Judy
coming
Ann
back
Henson
yet.
Gerber, a physician
Uh,
and founder of the drug treatment program
and they-
Odyssey House. Together they had
I
4
was like, how did they
children.
get on through
Baden
TSA
later
with
married
ankle monitors?
Linda
And they had
Kenny
brand new
Baden, who served
iPhones
as one of Phil
and just
Spector's
manila
main
envelopes
attorneys
full of where they were
during his capital
going,
murder
and they were
trial
all
and
going
replaced
Jersey.
Bruce Cutler after his withdrawal. Phil
Crazy.
Spector,
Oh,
the murderer.
hold on.
Harvey Phil Spector was an American record producer and songwriter, best known for his recording practices and entrepreneur. His 2 trials and conviction for murder in the 2000s.
come towards me.
Grab your phone and walk in front of the jury box.
Okay, guys.
Sure, just give me, I just need to advise everybody to stop deliberating.
Straight out, guys. So, lock it up. Yeah, take what you need.
I don't know if they have a verdict, but they're coming back into court.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have your note, so please stop your deliberations at this time. We didn't bring the alternates back over. We're just gonna have jury assembly tell them that we're breaking for lunch. How long would you like? You want an hour, you want more than that? At least 1 hour? All right, so it's almost 11:30, so why don't we say 12:30? Does that work for court staff? Okay.
How long did they're going to lunch, silencing whispers. So.
Well, we can't do anything unless you're all back in the jury assembly. So if you take an hour and 15 minutes, I won't have a problem with that. So whatever works for all of you, I appreciate. It's tough being in that room. So please follow my instructions again. Please keep your
man, they are really taking their time. I know, Rosalie.
Try not to be near someone who's talking about the case.
I know.
Any spectators, if you see the jurors, please don't be making comments.
Right.
Please try not to sit near them in any type of restaurant. Thanks very much.
I know, China.
An hour-ish.
They are really taking their time. Okay, so this is kind of creep. Okay, this is scary.
Okay.
Okay, so the theory is, and you know, Nicole, you know why you say this is bad. So the theory is, if they come back quickly.
11:21 a.m. The jury's out of the courtroom. Any from counsel outside the presence of the jury?
No, Judge, thank you.
If they take
Thanks,
a long
everyone.
time, it usually means, I know, but because they have so many different charges they're trying to figure out, I think that's why they're taking their time. So, why is he's just walking along? What the? I know. Okay, so, I'm really nervous now. My stomach is in knots. I don't know about you guys, but I am like, I know. I think they're confused about the charge. I think that's what they're confused about. I am. I know, Joanne. Okay. So I'm going with they're figuring out which charge to give him. Is it murder? Is it which manslaughter? Because honestly, if they had just gone with murder, it would have been. I don't know, you guys. I'm like, I know, I'm scared. Okay, my stomach is in knots. Okay, usually, because you guys know, if we come back fast, it's usually a guilty, right? That's what the theory is here. And then taking a long time. Okay, Rosalie. So the charges are, they have the choice of, the first charge is child abuse and negligence against a child. The second charge is murder, which is willfully, knowingly, and with intent. Okay. But the prosecution threw in a couple of lesser charges because obviously they had to show beyond a reasonable doubt the knowingly and willfully, which was pretty hard. So they threw in aggravated manslaughter, which is also had some knowing and willfulness and intent in there. And they also threw in a reckless manslaughter, which is through his actions, he knew that it could cause death. So it's a very touchy charge. These are very touchy charges. I know Casey Anthony did. I know she did. I can't believe that. But yeah, so they're very touchy charges because it's all of the charges say basically that he knew his actions would cause Corey's death. Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm in knots right now because we're all kind of in agreement in this chat that we don't believe that he purposefully killed Corey, which I think is what the jury is probably grappling with right now as well, is that we think that this was a horrific accident, that he obviously was beating Corey, that he was doing harm to Corey. But we believe that he went too far this time, obviously. But he did take Corey to the hospital. I think that's what they're grappling with, is that he did take Corey to the hospital. And oh God, I don't know. I'm so sick over this right now. But I feel you guys, this is very sickening. I think they're having trouble with the charges because the wording in the charges is, I made notes. So the wording is very clear. For count 2 murder, he has to show purpose and knowing caused or serious bodily injury, reckless manslaughter, aggravated manslaughter, extreme indifference. And all the jurors have to agree, and they have to choose which kind of murder. So the aggravated manslaughter he had to show extreme indifference. He acted recklessly, total disregard for risk of death, gross deviation, and aware he was causing death. So he had to be aware that he was going to cause a death. That's in the aggravated manslaughter charge. The reckless manslaughter charge, his conduct to the dependent was going to cause death. He acted recklessly and was aware and had complete disregard for life. See the wording? I know, Nicole. But the wording is what you have to look at. That's what's very confusing to the jury. So he has to show complete disregard, and he knew there would be risk of death. That's what they're grappling with, I believe. I know. So the murder charge, he had to be knowingly and purposefully wanted to kill Corey, basically. The aggravated manslaughter, he had to show an extreme indifference to life and was disregarding life and risked death and was grossly negligent and aware that his actions were going to cause death. And also in the reckless one, it says the same thing, that he was aware and disregarded life and was aware that his actions were going to cause death and he was acting recklessly. So it's all in the wording. I think that's what they're grappling with. Is that, was he aware? I know, Susan. I know. It's so hard. I'm having a very hard time. I'm actually very sick over this because I think it's the wording that they're having issue with, and the fact that he did take him to the hospital. Because, like we've all been saying, we don't think he actually meant to kill him. I know. So let's just. Hi, Jenny. Welcome back. Let's just hope. I know. And now they're going to lunch. It's really early. I mean, I can only hope that they're taking an early lunch because they're really getting close to a verdict. So let's pray for that. Let's pray that they're just going to lunch early because they are close. They're close. That's what we're going to pray for, that they are close to a verdict. That's why they're taking lunch early, and they're going to get this done today. They're going to get justice today. That's what we're right. You're right, Susan. Yeah, this is going to happen today. He's going to get what he deserves. I think on the count 1 of the abuse, there's no question. I think they're just grappling with which charge to give him for the death. So I know you guys, I feel your pain. But God didn't take Corey for justice not to be served. He took him so he wouldn't have to suffer anymore. I think God knew that the state wasn't going to step in and help Brianna. That's true. That's a good point, Kirsten. I mean, he knew Corey was in bad shape. That's true, Rosalie. That's a good point, too. Yeah, it's all how you want to look at the narrative. Yeah, it's all, but again, right, Nicole, it's all how you want to look at the narrative. You know, I mean, look at how I have thought of Dr. Baden all of these years, right? And it's all how you want to look at the narrative. You know, how do you want to see the narrative spin, right? And so, right. Oh, that's okay, Jenny. Yeah, we were watching some if they get a hung jury, he'll get retried. They'll set another trial. The prosecution will not let this go. Yeah. So, Jenny, what you missed was in the beginning when we started today. Y'all let me know if I'm too loud. When we started today, the defense filed a motion for an acquittal. They said that the prosecution didn't have enough evidence for these charges, which I found weird, and we all found weird. But apparently, the defense can file this motion whenever they want. The judge cited several cases and several cases that were set precedents, and he denied their motion. And a lot of people were thinking that the judge is kind of being biased toward the defense, but I explained that the judge has to cite cases and set precedents and whatnot. He's not really on their either side. But he did deny the motion. And then the jury asked a question about what the difference was in the charges. But then they answered their own question by the time the judge brought them back into the courtroom. So I think they were, again, trying to differentiate what we just went over with the differences in the charges. And I think that's what they're grappling with. Yeah, Vinny's good. But then we were watching some video about the defense attorney. His son is actually was in trouble for assault, the bad kind, with 2 other gentlemen. I'm being nice by calling them gentlemen. In their home, in his home, his dad's home. So we know that now we can see why the attorney's such a bad guy, because he clearly finds that behavior acceptable. And then we were watching some stuff about Dr. Baden and how long he's been doing this throughout his career, why he's so well renowned is because he's paid to be. He's been lying for quite some time. So the only thing I agree now with Dr. Baden on is that Epstein did not kill himself. I probably can cover the Diddy thing. I'm pretty shocked. I'm not shocked about the Diddy thing, but I have not seen everything about Diddy. My thing with Diddy is I'm very hurt for Justin Bieber. Like, there's so many things connecting Diddy to kids. It's insane. And I watched Justin Bieber's yeah, it's crazy. Wow. Yeah, yeah, ugh, the R. Kelly. You know what's nuts is they keep playing his music, like Chris Brown, like he made a comeback. He beat the crap out of Rihanna. Like what the heck? Um uh, it's just so gross. And Justin Bieber is such a messed up person. He's trying to get his life together, but he just can't. I think he's still messed up. I saw him at Coachella. I wasn't at Coachella, but I saw pictures of him and his wife at Coachella, and I could tell he's still kind of not all there. Yeah, it's crazy. But I know Justin Bieber was with the Hillsong group for a while, and Hillsong is not a good church. It's very bad. So I think he was trying to find a way, but that was not the right way. But I think he is trying to get. I know they're having a baby, but bless his heart. Yeah. Uh yeah, Haley is good for him. I think she's trying to get his life turned around, but poor kid, he's been through a lot. Um and looking back, like that one song he sings, like I was asking for help and nobody was there. I feel really badly for him. So, but he is singing Christian songs now, and I think he's really trying. So, and I think he was asked, I think Usher asked him to be in the halftime show for the Super Bowl, and he refused. So then I thought it was kind of odd that he was at Coachella. So I don't know, but Harry Styles is an interesting character. I used to like Sam Smith. I saw Sam Smith in concert when he was normal. Yeah. Yeah, I know Diddy's it's about to go to a grand jury, I believe. I saw it pop up on YouTube earlier. I think they're going to a grand jury. That video, they haven't shown the full video of him beating the hot mess out of Cassie. Yeah, I don't go to the mega church stuff is like my boyfriend calls them Six Flags over Jesus. So we definitely don't do the mega church thing. We have a lot of those here in Texas though, right, Julia? We have Joel Osteen. They have money in their walls. That church is so big. And cameras everywhere. It's crazy. I am from Alabama, but I live in Texas now. I live in Austin. Yes, the Micah Miller case. I am still trying to figure that one out. What happened to Mandisa? I have not watched. I just saw that she passed away, and I didn't hear how. I just heard speculation that. Oh yeah, I haven't found a church here. I listen to Vadi Bakum. I love him, and I know he has. Uh, yeah, Austin used to be a cool place. Now it's just like grown up and blown up so big. It's crazy. Oh no, that's terrible. Yeah, she was a beautiful soul. Yeah, I like this group called Korean Soul. They are pretty awesome. I like Latin music too. Very upbeat. She did. Yeah. Yeah, ABBA's good. My son, when he was little, one of his favorites was Mamma Mia. And I took him to New York and we got to see Mamma Mia on Broadway. It was pretty cool. Gosh, that's some old stuff, Kirsten. Yeah, we have a church on every corner in Alabama. Throw a rock and hit one. Oh, Nicole, Trump, I think it's a joke, to be honest with you. 34 charges, every single one. Guilty. Are you serious right now? I think that's a nuts. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, the Central Park 5 case is shocking. It's disgusting. It makes me cry. Um um yeah, I don't know what we're going to do with America though. I think what's happening is crazy. I don't know. I will just say this. I never thought in my lifetime that we would well, heck, I never thought that we would have the things that are happening at all, but yeah, Austin is definitely weird. But not in the way that it should be. I never thought we'd have a reality TV star as a president, but I will say, I'm not a Trump fan, but I will say, if I think what's happening is an actual joke. It's just complete idiocy that's going on in our country right now. So Yeah, I wouldn't say he's biblical. I would say. I watched a thing about ABBA. They started out from Eurovision. That's right. I actually saw something about that, Kirsten. They started out on Eurovision. I didn't even know Eurovision was actually real. Will Ferrell, they did a movie about Eurovision, and I didn't know that was real until this year. A lot of people are actually for him, I mean, honestly, like everybody who says anything negative about him, they don't really have anything as far as policy negative to say. They just have like, we don't like what he says. And I'm like, okay. Oh, he got found guilty on 34 felony counts. I don't know what even all the counts were, actually. I just know that at the end of the day, he paid apparently some hush money to someone. Man, I don't even want to talk about Bill Clinton. I can't talk about Bill Clinton. I know too much. I can't say anything. I will just say the reason why I think what's happening with Trump is a joke is because Bill Clinton got away with a lot of stuff that what's happening to Trump should not be happening. Yeah. Yeah, I did too. I keep getting text messages too. I was a Vivek fan. I supported Vivek. I loved him. I really wanted him to go farther. But hi, Lainey, welcome back. I don't think Trump is racist. Hi, Carrie, welcome. I don't think he's racist. I think he's very outspoken, but I don't think he's racist. I think there is a lot of division in this country for sure. More than I've ever known in my lifetime. And I hate that. And I'm from Alabama, so like I was the only Asian in my whole area. Like nobody was Asian where I was from. So I definitely know how it feels to be treated differently. And it stunk. China, you say he's racist. I think everybody has a little bit of something, just depending on how they were raised or treated. I mean, I don't like his China comments. Like when he says stuff like that, it's kind of annoying. No, no argument. No argument. I think he definitely stirs the pot. I think that's what he's good at. So it's all good. I think we're just in a bad spot right now. I think it's just funny how, people are super quick to jump on him, but they forget how Bill Clinton, like in the Oval Office, like got down and dirty. And everybody seems okay with that. It is, right? Yeah. That's true, Rosalie. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Jesus will be here sooner than later. That's why we got to get right. We need more Jesus because stuff's going crazy. Yeah, I mean, we're in how many different conflicts? Yeah. I want to say, I think everyone who gets into politics really starts off with the best intentions, but once they get there, things just go haywire and don't go the way they, because I mean, there's so many influences. There's so many lobbyists. There's so many, I think they should do away with lobbyists. And I mean, look at how much money these people are making. They're politicians. Why are they making so much money? I work with old people, so I definitely know Biden has dementia. There is something wrong with him, and they're hiding it very well. And whatever that man is on, I need some of that because I lived in I mean, I'm from the South, so I can say that there's not as many, like people think there's all these, KKK people all over the place. There honestly isn't. It's not as big and prevalent as people think there is. So it's not as prevalent as people say it is. That as they put out on the media. I'm being from Alabama and from the South. It's not. So yeah, and that's what's great about our country, right? We have the freedom to vote for what we want, choose what we want. I appreciate that. That's pretty awesome. I wish we had better options. I mean, I wish we would do better at that. Oh yeah, history always repeats itself. Two missing moms in Texas. That's true, Rosalie, because even on YouTube, like there's so many words I can't say, so many things I can't do on YouTube, but I can do it on I have a Rumble and a Patreon, but I don't even get on there much because I'm just figuring out YouTube. But I have more freedom on those sites, and I have a lot more freedom on Twitter than I do on YouTube. YouTube will, yeah, it's sad, Lainey, that we have to say that. I was trying not to say that statement because it's sad that we have to use that phrase, lesser of the two evils. That stinks for us. That's right. Yeah. You could run, China. Yeah, I was trying not to use that phrase, but you're right, Lainey. We do have to pick lesser of two evils. That's the worst part about it. It is very divided. It has nothing but divided us for the last man, actually, yeah, since Obama. So what's crazy is my grandmother, so I'm from Alabama, right? My grandmother uh actually voted for Obama, and that is something I never ever thought, because my grandmother was very, so I will just be honest, my grandmother is very racist. But she's passed away now. But she was very. I can't believe she voted for a black person. She never would have done that. I never thought, but she voted for him because he scared the bejesus out of her. She thought that she was going to lose her Social Security and everything. And the Democratic Party, she's a Republican her whole life, but she thought that the Democrats scared the crap out of her, made her think she was going to lose everything as a senior citizen. So she voted for him. And then, of course, she lost everything. So, yeah. Yeah. We definitely grew up differently. Ah, that's right. That's right. Oh, I need to look that up, Kirsten. Yeah, Rosalie, I where I work, all the elderly people, they just don't know, they don't understand what's going on. You say Carly Gregg is probably going to start next week, Gwen? Yeah, you know what's crazy is that all the things that people say Trump says, when people go out on the street and they say things, they're like, who said it? Who said this? And they think Trump said it. It's actually Biden or Obama said it. We do. That's why I was like, I liked Vivek. But I don't think this was his time. I think he's too young, actually. You can't get him too young because they are only allowed to serve 2 terms. And you know what I realized in Texas, that there is no term limits on governor. So Greg Abbott is going to run again. But I think this year, I think Colin Allred is going to beat Ted Cruz, which I'm not a Ted Cruz fan. I don't like him. I think he's a spineless person. But I mean, my gosh, he took a beating from Trump and then went crawling back to him. So to me, I find him to be rather wimpy, but I think Colin Allred's going to whoop him in this election. Yeah, it's crazy times. I don't know. All we can do is use our voice. Speaking of Trump, all hell just broke loose. I was convicted in a rigged trial. I need you to read this now. as we're talking. That's funny. Yeah, that's why I think aliens haven't actually taken over, because they're like looking at us going, God, those people are dumb. Probably they'll just destroy themselves. We don't need to destroy them. I think so. I think everybody has their day of redemption, you know? I mean, we can't all be Oh, Susan, I agree. Man, these young people today. I can't believe I'm saying that. Oh my gosh. ah, these kids today, you know. That's true, China. Oh my gosh, but that's true. I say that. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, these kids today, they are scary." Wow. It is nutty. I honestly just don't know what uh is it they're thinking. Like when all the protests were going on college campuses, I'm like, y'all, what does your college have to do with what's going on in Palestine and Israel? Yeah. No, they are definitely not for real world scenarios, right? I mean, me too. Same. I couldn't imagine having a kid in today's world. No, it's not. It's crazy. They don't learn. I don't know what they're learning, actually. I mean, they're learning about what to call each other, which is weird. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I'm definitely not a Cruz fan, Julia, but I don't know if it would be good for Colin Allred to win because I'm not. I don't know. I don't know what's happening to Texas. We're such a mixed bag here. We don't know what we want. Oh, Ted Cruz is our state senator, one of our state senators. And he's running again, but he's going up against Democrat Colin Allred. It matters. So here in America, every state has a senator, and we vote and decide. Ted Cruz is a Republican. Colin Allred is a Democrat. Texas, for the most part, is supposedly a Republican state. Austin, however, is Democrat. If Colin Allred wins, a lot of things would change for Texas. So, for instance, Ted Cruz is very anti, like, abortion, anti-immigration, the wrong way. I mean, like he's fine the right way, but the wrong way. Colin Allred is the opposite. So he's pro-abortion, pro letting all the immigrants in, that kind of stuff. So it would be a big change for the state of Texas if Colin Allred won. So you may not like someone as a person. Like, I don't like Ted Cruz as a person. But it's what will he do for the state of Texas? So that's what people have to understand. Like, you may not like the person, but Are they going to make the right decisions for the constituents, for the state, for the country? You know, can you separate the personality from what they're going to do in their position? Sometimes it's hard to do that. Which, as we can see in this trial, yeah, see, exactly, Susan. So what Democrats tend to forget, which is I have most all of my friends are Democrats. So I'm the only one that's not a Democrat. So what they tend to forget is the Democrats were the ones who, you know, actually the Democratic Party has been around longer than the Republican Party. And the Democratic Party is actually who brought slavery, not the Republicans. The Democratic Party is the ones who started the Civil War, not the Republicans. So they forget that. But whatever. But it's kind of like in this trial, the jury is trying to make this decision. You may not like the person. You may not like the crime he committed, but you have to find the right decision. So same with politicians. You may not like that person, but you have to pick the right person for the job. That what will they do for the job? Yeah. So they have to pick the right charge to fit the crime. So he may be a nasty guy, but did he commit murder? Right? Or did he commit manslaughter? You may look at him and be disgusted by him. But is he a murderer or is he an aggravated manslaughter person? I think they gave him an hour and 15 minutes. So I can't remember when they went to lunch now at this point. Yeah, I think it was at least an hour. I can't even remember. I don't know where you guys are. We had some severe thunderstorms last night in the middle of the night here. I thought we were getting, as we call them back home in Alabama, tornadoes. I thought we was going to have a tornado. It was so loud. Yeah, it's funny that how it switched. Oh, I'm sorry, Amazing G. Yeah, they're on lunch. We're just shooting the breeze. We're just chatting it up. Yeah, we're just learning a lot about each other right now. Yeah, in Alabama, that's one thing I don't miss about Alabama is there's tornadoes and hurricanes and stuff there. Here in Texas, we didn't have that. Now there's been tornadoes all over the place lately. I don't know what the heck's going on. Okay. So, oh, in Virginia? I used to live in Virginia. Soak up some sun. Yeah, that would be good for you to be outside. You can go outside. Take your phone. You can take us with you. Virginia's nice. It's actually nice in the winters too, Amazing G. I like it. Uh-huh. I love that. I hope so. We got to stay awake for the verdict. Where are you living at, Gwen? Oh yeah, Michigan. Well, we're definitely praying for you because you will be feeling yourself. And God is using you for sure. And he brought you here. So that's awesome. Oh, my dog's a Hurricane Harvey survivor. Hi, Smiley Crown. Welcome. Oh, I bet it has. Been a big deal up there in New Jersey. Do you know anyone involved in this trial? We had someone in the chat a while back that knew Rebecca. Well, we have a great chat, and everybody that joins is always great too. We never have anyone that hasn't been awesome. So, oh, you took vested. I love HEB, Julia. Girl, when I was in Arizona, they don't have HEB, honey. I don't know what I could do without an HEB. Oh, they do have. Okay, so they do have a daughter together. Okay. Well, we were contemplating that yesterday. We thought maybe she had a daughter. So I'm okay. Because I was like, I don't know how I could live, but that's good to know. Oh, Susan Hunty. HEB is like the greatest grocery store in the world. Yeah, you don't, honey. Oh my goodness gracious day. Yeah, I can't live without an HEB. I don't know where else I would get groceries. I mean, I don't even go to HEB. My boyfriend does all the shopping, but I can't live without HEB. I mean, I'm from Alabama. Being from Alabama, we just have Walmart or Publix. And I would never step foot in another Walmart as long as I live. Hey, Peregrine. Welcome back. Yeah, we were just watching something about Dr. Baden, and it really was sad to see that he has been kind of corrupt his whole career. Yeah, I know. You don't have HEB. It's only in Texas. They're only in Texas, Susan. Yeah, Smiley Crown. I'm glad that, I don't know if you noticed, she left the trial, the closing arguments. That terrible man attorney that Chris has was just bashing her, and she left. And then when the jury asked for Dr. Andrews' testimony to be reread, she had to get up and leave. So I don't know, Sugar Baby. I'm actually surprised that he is so well renowned after hearing the Crime TV guy read those articles about him. Aldi's is good. We do have Aldi's back home in Alabama. Yeah. Yeah, Peregrine, we saw about the lawyer's son too. We watched a video about him, and now it all makes sense now why this lawyer thinks Christopher's behavior is so acceptable. Yeah, Aldi's is a German company. Yeah, Susan, I agree. Yeah, I don't think we have Aldi's here. We have obviously HEB, and we have the only thing I wish we had closer to me was like my Korean market. We have to drive to the other side of the earth to get to Korean market. It's so far away. So the only thing that was cool about being in Arizona with my sister is that Korean places were like literally like 10 to 15 minutes away. So here I have to go so far. Just getting through traffic here is ridiculous. And I can't drive. I'm not allowed to drive because I have epilepsy. So I'm just stuck here. So I feel you, Gwen, being stuck in the house. I feel that. That's why I'm so glad that you guys got on this live. I mean, I really did not think that my lives would go this well, and I definitely didn't think that I would get such a great bunch of people. So I'm thankful. God definitely works in mysterious ways. Oh, that's cool, Susan. I wish I had one right around the corner. Yeah, because Aldi is yeah. German brothers made Aldi. Yeah. Yeah, I'm super excited that everybody's so open to God on here, because like I said, I got kicked out of my my some groups that I was involved in here, because I'm pretty vocal about, like I said, I God called me back uh when I was turning 50 in February. God was like, "Girl, you need to get your butt back to me, because you've been not on the right path." And I started being more vocal about being a Christian, and the very groups that I was so involved in here in Austin just tossed me to the wayside. So it was pretty sad. So I'm excited that you guys are so open. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm shocked. And I'm not the best person, most eloquent prayer. But you guys have been really, really neat. I mean, it's pretty cool. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I just explain it kind of as simple as I can. It's not I hope it's not too complex. Well, thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Rosalie. I appreciate it. Oh, thanks, Kirsten. Sometimes I get a little tongue tied, because I get a little embarrassed, I guess, which is crazy, because I mean, I used to be an actress, so it's weird that I get embarrassed and introverted. But you know what's funny is most actors are introverted. It's hard to be put out there. It's kind of oxymoron, I guess, but I'm definitely holding out that this jury is going to make the right decision. Thanks, Gwen. Yeah, I was super happy you guys found your way here. Man, just when you think you're like losing faith in the world, I mean, you guys have really, really picked it back up. I have to say, I was praying about that last night. I was like, man, not like man. I was like, Lord. I was like, you really have like brought back, yeah, the spirit and faith, because I really was feeling, because my boyfriend, he always apologized. It's not his fault, but he always apologizes whenever somebody lets me down. And to be kicked out of my Asian group so bluntly, he was like, I'm sorry, baby, I'm sorry. And I'm like, it's not your fault, but and then I was telling him about this group, and I said, it's really cool that everybody's so open and so just nice and respectful, and nobody's hateful. I'm like, granted, I have a few keyboard warriors on my TikTok or on my YouTube sometimes in the comments, but everybody in the chat has just been so wonderful and so open to I'm like, we pray for the jurors, we pray for Brianna, and I think any case that we cover going forward, we'll continuously do that. And I'm just like, it's so nice. And I said, even if we have people on here that don't agree, we're still respectful of anyone having a different opinion. We're not like bashing anybody, or nobody's cussing anybody out or anything. It's just really, really nice that there's still people with some class out there. So that's true, Jenny. He does. He definitely sees, he knows what's in your heart. So yeah, we'll see, Rosalie. Yes, he did, Smiley Crown. I'm so glad you found us. Yeah, I noticed a lot of other YouTubers. I mean, I'm not monetized yet or anything, but I know a lot of YouTubers, when they do these lives, they really only talk to their super chat people. And they don't talk to anyone, any other people that aren't super chatting them or whatever. But I don't want to be like that. Even when I do become monetized, I don't want to just talk to super chatters. So I want to make sure everybody gets a voice. So I think that's only fair, because you didn't get here. You didn't get where you are all by yourself, you know? Yeah. Corey was such a cute little boy. So sweet. Oh, thank you, Jenny. Rosalie, that's a great scripture. Thank you, sugar baby. Yeah, it costs $0, zero anything to be nice and just recognize people. You know, you never know what somebody's going through. And sometimes just a simple hello can make someone's day different, you know? I'm trying to be a better person, better than I was yesterday, better than I was the day before that. You never know. Right. That's true, Kirsten. I tell you, Rosalie, it is hard to like keep up with all of these cases. And I had someone I was going back and forth with in my comments, because she was like, "You're giving out wrong information. You're making people question things." And I was like, "Look, I'm not trying to make people question. I'm totally open to any criticism or comments. Please tell me if I give out the wrong information. That's what I want to hear, that, because I definitely want to hear different opinions, because I'm listening to so many different trials. I can't keep up. So now I'm going to try and focus better so that I don't get confused with different stuff. I definitely don't want to give out, and I don't mind. Like, I love it when people point out stuff that I put in incorrectly or something like that. So I definitely, it's hard. It's hard, Rosalie, to keep up with different trials. So I have not watched much about the Trump case or the Diddy case, actually, at all. I've been watching the Karen Reed trial, this trial, obviously. And I honestly have not really even kept up with the Koberger trial. I've kind of butted in there a little bit, but not much. And I haven't watched any of the Daybell trial at all. And honestly, I haven't watched any of that because I don't like watching trials that are on Zoom. It's just annoying. You thought it was something, you thought it was something. Oh, hi, Jan. Yeah, Gwen, I agree. The Diddy thing is tough because I mean, I'm sure you know, as females, we've probably been through similar situations, so it's tough. It's hard to watch that kind of stuff. So thanks, Rosalie. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, it's kind of tough. So you know, Peregrine, I've mentioned that some of my family lives in Jersey, right? So um I do not like as you said about the family, I do not like Jared Kushner. Um I went to darn, what's it called? Ah, there's a part of New Jersey that the whole family, like the Kushner family, like owns it. It's a beach area. Oh, I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, I've seen their house. It's gigantic. But they have turned this entire beach area that used to be like a very bad area into this beautiful tourist spot now. It's very nice. But they did that. But I don't like Jared Kushner. I think he's a very disturbing person. But I agree. I think there's some shadiness going on in the family, but I can understand why you guys would think they're not great. I lived in Germany when the wall was being taken down. I lived in Germany when the wall was up, and then they took the wall down. I have not heard about those tunnels. That's crazy. I did not notice that, Jan. But I did notice they went to Sidebar. Oh yeah, he did throw something at her. I did see that. Ugh. They did go to Sidebar about a juror, though. I did see that. Because they were saying something about a juror had to leave early or something like that. I don't know how they knew that. The one in yellow, is that what he said? Huh. Interesting. Huh. So what are the politics like in Germany now? What do you have, like we have Republican and Democrat? What is it called in Germany? Oh, I loved it when I was a kid. It was wonderful. Hi, Renee. Welcome. What are your thoughts? We think the jury's grappling with which charge to do. I used to live in San Antonio. I know y'all think I'm crazy because every one of y'all, you're like, I used to live where you are. I used to live where you are. I've never been to South Africa, though. Oh, you have loads of parties there. Okay. Okay. So, do y'all still do this in Germany? When I was a kid, I remember we lived on base. We used to, my parents, we used to all go out in off base. The Germans would put out furniture and stuff on the side of the road. We called it junking. They would put out stuff they didn't want anymore, and we would pick it up. It was free. We have so much furniture and stuff that is like expensive solid wood furniture from Germany that Germans just threw away. And it's nice, like really nice. Yes, but we called it junk. It was called junkin in Germany. But yeah, that's what we did. I lived in San Antonio. My oldest son was born in San Antonio in the 90s, in 94, 95 to 96. Now I'm aging myself. Yes. Oh, you still do that? Oh my gosh, it's so crazy. Such nice stuff. Yeah, we have shrunks, dining furniture. Oh my gosh, curio cabinets. It's amazing. Yeah, dumpster diving here in America, but it was called junking when we lived there. It was so cool. Treadmill, yeah. So, man, I still have so my mom still has the furniture in her house. I have some coasters, some German. They're, oh my gosh, they're so old. We've probably had them since we lived in Dexheim. So I think I told you my sister was born in Wiesbaden, and she can't get her birth certificate. She's lost her birth certificate. So crazy. Yeah, that furniture is priceless that we have. They don't make furniture like that here. In Berlin. I think my favorite part of Germany is Nuremberg. So it was so pretty. Ugh, Houston. Ugh, Houston's so crowded, man. I don't know. It's jam-packed. I see the camera moving on the bird. Oh, they're back. Wow, did we go through this whole lunch just chatting it up? Man, you guys are awesome. Yeah, Germany's beautiful. You know what's crazy is when I moved to Alabama, we moved from Germany and I moved to Alabama and all the kids picked on me. And I was like thinking, I would think to myself in my head, like, you guys have never left Alabama. And we used to go on field trips to castles when I lived in Germany. And I'm like, I've been to castles. I've seen inside like royal furniture and like, what are you talking about? Like, how can I be being picked on? Like, you guys go to Panama City Beach for your family vacation. What the heck? So, I don't see the dad and the mom in there right now. I imagine they're probably not going to come back in there until the verdict is reached. Well, he is. What is he smiling about? Is he laughing? Oh yeah, I covered the Murdaugh trial when I had my channel before. That's insanity.
Jury arrives before our court reporter does this brief proceeding where the jury is advised to resume deliberations. The court smart will be the official record operated by our court clerk.
I feel like this judge just hates life right now. Like this trial has just sucked all the life out of him.
Tell you to please resume your deliberations in accordance with the instructions previously given to you. Thanks so much.
Oh.
Sergeant Duke has also provided the key back to the jury foreperson. It's 12:42 p.m. Jury has resumed deliberations.
Thank you,
I mean, his lawyer might be giving him false hope because it's taking.
You folks may exit.
Yeah, Houston's so packed.
We just put him back in on court smart. So.
His lawyer might be giving him false hope, making him think that. Germany's beautiful, Julia. Oh, because they're waiting. The jury's back in deliberations. Yeah, he was yelling the whole time, Renee. The judge has other stuff he's got to do. Remember, he has some other cases he has to work on. Okay, let's see if we can find the... Okay, we're gonna find P. Diddy, right? Checking on that. Oh, yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that Sean Combs knows that this is coming.
Things could be heating up for Sean Diddy Combs as CNN reports the feds are moving toward charging the rap mogul.
We are now hearing that federal investigators are preparing to possibly bring witnesses in front of a federal grand jury in New York City.
The report is the first we're hearing about movement in the case since the raids by federal agents back in March. Thanks for joining me for Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Things have been relatively quiet, at least publicly as far as the feds are concerned, with Sean Combs since the raids on his homes in California and Florida back on March 25th. The silence, which isn't unusual when it comes to the federal government, had a lot of people wondering, did they actually find anything during these raids? Is the investigation essentially dead? Now CNN says the feds are preparing to call witnesses to testify in front of a grand jury. But correspondent Elizabeth Wagmeister qualified it just a little bit.
What we have heard is that possible witnesses have been notified that they could be called to testify. Now, sources do caution that investigators are still in the process of gathering information. In fact, they are still calling in new witnesses, and they have called in some witnesses multiple times.
So there's a lot of qualification there, as I mentioned. Witnesses have been told they could be called to testify, but investigators are still gathering information. So the sources have kind of cautioned them not to get ahead of themselves. So it sounds like there's still some legwork to be done as far as the investigation goes. Litigator Robin Nunn has been following Diddy's case closely and had taken notice of the silence from the government until this report from CNN.
I was shocked by this revelation today. I understood that the federal investigation had obviously taken place, but it's been a bit quiet as far as plans for next steps. And this, most recent report seems to indicate that there are witnesses who are testifying, and that there's been information that's been found, perhaps on the premises, that is furthering the government and law enforcement's efforts to to figure out what's happened and implicate potentially Sean Combs.
This is a law and crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked
You know,
users' browsing
what
data
bothers
without
me
their
about these
knowledge.
kind of cases
Mass
is
Tort Alliance, one of our legal sponsors, is helping
how could
users
this go
file
on
for
for so
compensation
long and
because
nobody?
Google users' privacy issues through their incognito browser.
I don't
If you've
understand.
used Google Incognito anytime since 2016, you can start your claim in less than 10 questions. Just log on to incognitoclaims.com/crimefix.
It's kind of like Epstein.
But
Like,
one person
how?
who's not one bit surprised that witnesses could soon be testifying in front of the grand jury is attorney Bradford Cohen, who's represented rappers like Kodak Black. He's also represented Drake and many others.
So the report confirmed what I was saying for the past 3 weeks, is that I think that a grand jury was meeting. I think that the grand jury is considering a vast amount of information and charges that are going to be surrounding Sean Combs. I think that it's going to be vast and encompassing years of different kinds of criminal activity. And I think there's going to be a lot of either co-defendants or unindicted co-defendants, depending on who they give immunity to and who's going to be a cooperating witness.
Now, you might recall that Bradford Cohen actually predicted here on Crime Fix last week that an indictment would be coming in the next 3 to 4 weeks. Cohen's not only represented a lot of famous people who've been in trouble, he's also a former federal prosecutor. So what does he think about CNN using words like potentially and saying witnesses could testify?
I think that they are always trying to be cautious when it comes to indictments, especially indictments on such serious kind of accusations. They certainly don't want to have lawsuits on their hands for saying things that might not turn out to be true, even though they might have a source that might be telling them one thing. Usually it takes more than one source
Hi,
to tell
ex-lawyer,
them
you're
something that they
back.
can confirm it through another source or through another way. And if they're having an individual telling them something just to make sure until they know
Did he
for
get the death
sure,
penalty?
they always encompass the language. Oh, it could be, it might be. Those things always happen on these type of cases.
Now, while the feds have been quiet, things in Sean Combs' world have been anything but, at least over the last 2 weeks. So let's go back.
Wow.
First, on Friday, May 17th, CNN aired that surveillance video from 2016 that showed Sean Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura in the hallway of a hotel. It was absolutely shocking and confirmed some of the allegations that Ventura had made in her lawsuit that was filed last November. Cassie had claimed that Combs subjected her to years of sexual and physical abuse, and that he forced her to have sex with other people for his own pleasure. That suit was settled the next day, with Combs saying he wished Cassie love. Combs' attorney basically denied the allegations on his behalf. But that video doesn't lie, and it told a much different story than Combs' denial. 2 days later, after the video aired around the world, Combs posted a video on Instagram that drew some backlash. Take a look.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses.
Yes,
My
I
behavior
saw that,
on that
ex-lawyer.
video is inexcusable.
We want to get your
I take
opinion,
full
ex-lawyer, on what the
responsibility
jury
for
is
my actions
debating.
in that video.
Uh,
Disgusted.
they ask about the different
I was
charges.
disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
The
I went and
difference
I sought
between
out
murder,
professional help.
aggravated manslaughter, and the
I had
reckless
to go into
manslaughter.
therapy.
We think they're having
rehab.
issue with deciding.
Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness.
I think they're having issue with the verbiage in those charges.
Sorry.
Now, you may have noticed that Combs didn't mention Cassie's name, not once. TMZ reported that was because of the settlement for the lawsuit, that Combs and Ventura agreed not to say one another's names. The video and the attempt at an apology appeared to fall flat. Here's what Bradford Cohen said about it.
I think in their minds, they thought they were going to make it better. I don't think that was the move. I think if he did anything, he probably should have kept his mouth shut and maybe entered into a rehab facility or said that he's seeking some sort of psychological help. I just don't think this was the right move, is to make a statement. The better move in any of these circumstances, and if it's warranted, is to get help for whatever trauma that individual has experienced to make them into the individual that's on the videotape. And if that includes substance abuse,
Yeah, they definitely
or
fought for
some
custody.
sort of mental instability, that's what you get help for. You don't start coming out and saying all these statements and saying, you know, this is what happened and this is how it happened. I was in a dark place. It's not going to help you. Ultimately, this apology did not help him. And most people kind of brushed it off. And it wasn't a good idea, in my opinion.
Then, days after that, Cassie Ventura posted on Instagram. She wrote, "Thank you for all of the love and support from my
Ooh.
family, friends, strangers, and those that I have yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now. But this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is the issue," she wrote "the" in all caps. "It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. With a lot of hard work, I am better today, but I will always be recovering from my past. My only ask is that everyone open your heart to believing victims the first time. It takes a lot of heart to tell the truth out of a situation that you were powerless in. I offer my hand to those that are still living in fear. Reach out to your people. Don't cut them off. No one should carry this weight alone. This healing journey is never ending, but this support means everything to me." Around the same time, Misa Hilton, the mother of Combs' son Justin, posted a statement of support for Cassie on Instagram. She wrote, "I am heartbroken that Cassie must relive the horror of her abuse, and my heart goes out to her. I know exactly how she feels, and through my empathy, it has triggered my own trauma. These young people were raised by women that want the best for them. We put God and education first and have always been united in our mutual effort to support their dreams. Two of the youngest do not have their mother here, and it has been our duty to support them. Their father needs help, and I am praying that he truly does the personal work and receives it." Then 2 more civil suits were filed, one by a former model, Crystal McKinney, who claimed Combs sexually assaulted her in 2003 when she met him during Men's Fashion Week. McKinney had been a contestant on an MTV show, and she won. She claims a designer introduced her to Combs and that he drugged her and forced her to perform oral sex on him, and then she woke up in a cab. Days later, another suit was filed by April Lampros, who claimed Combs sexually assaulted her multiple times between 1995 and the early 2000s. Lampros claimed she met Combs when she was a college student in 1994. She claimed that Combs also forced her and his then-girlfriend, Kim
Did
Porter,
she?
to take ecstasy and have sex together. These new civil suits followed many others, one filed by a Jane Doe who claimed Combs assaulted her when she was a teenager by flying her from Michigan to New York. Another woman named Joy Dickerson Neal said Combs sexually assaulted her in the 90s. Last December, Combs tweeted, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." So that was Sean Combs' tweet back in December. Combs has filed motions to dismiss the Dickerson Neal suit and the suit filed by Jane Doe. Earlier this year, you'll recall that record producer Rodney Little Rod Jones claimed a number of things, including that Combs drugged women and teen girls and forced him to hire sex workers and have sex with them. In addition to the lawsuits, Combs' alleged drug mule, Brendan Paul, was arrested in Miami as his homes were raided. Paul recently entered a plea agreement where possession of cocaine and marijuana charges will be dropped in exchange for Paul entering a diversion program. Is Paul cooperating with federal investigators? We don't know. Maybe we'll find out later. Now to this week, and CNN reporting that witnesses could soon testify in front of the grand jury. The report says the feds are still interviewing witnesses and gathering information, but Bradford Cohen believes witnesses may have already testified in front of the grand jury.
I think the grand jury has been meeting for weeks. I don't think that this is something that just came up today. Usually when you have probable cause to do a search warrant, there's already a serious investigation.
Whoa.
And there's probably
It
enough
came
for a
in
grand
hot.
jury to start meeting. And I think they met within the past, 2 weeks. I would given that they would be meeting over the past 2 weeks and looking over evidence that they have obtained and witnesses that have been testifying.
The news about the grand jury, interestingly enough, came from CNN, the same outlet that aired the video of Combs beating up Cassie. So does Bradford Cohen think that was a coincidence?
Yeah, no, it's not a coincidence. And like I said before, when we spoke earlier, the fact that CNN is breaking this information, the fact that CNN broke the quote unquote video, it's very obvious to me that there's a line to CNN. That line is being used to set a certain narrative. And that narrative is essentially what they came out with, that Cassie is a victim. She was powerless in this situation. So when this indictment does come out, which I think it would be coming out towards the end of June, when the indictment does come out and they label Cassie as an unindicted co-conspirator or as a co-conspirator that's cooperating, it will mitigate the type of information that's in that indictment, because I think that she was certainly a participant in a lot of things that went on. But by her saying she was powerless and she was in this relationship, and that could be completely true, I don't know. But that narrative that she was powerless and in this situation that she could do nothing about supports her being a witness that would garner immunity as opposed to a co-defendant.
Cohen has no doubt that Sean Combs and his attorneys know an indictment is coming. It's just a matter of when.
There's no doubt in my mind that Sean Combs knows that this is coming. He hasn't left the state of Florida. I don't think he's going to leave the state of Florida. I think they've already spoken to his attorney, and this is just my guess, but I think they've already spoken to his attorney and indicated that if he leaves the state of Florida, that they will file a complaint, and that complaint will then pick him up and he'll be arrested based on the complaint, as opposed to waiting for the indictment and then allowing him to come in and bond out and still be free. And I think that's the agreement that was made. So I think he's waiting on the grand jury coming back and what charges the grand jury are going to come back with. I find it would be very hard to believe that he doesn't expect that the grand jury is going to be indicting, and his lawyer doesn't know that the grand jury is going to be indicting, not based on what I've seen and his actions since the raid.
Remember the raid and the big show of force from the feds back in March? There were armored vehicles, guys with big guns, all kinds of things like that. Well, I've spoken to a few people who don't believe you'll see that if Sean Combs is indeed indicted. Many people believe his attorneys would arrange for him to turn himself into the authorities.
My guess would be is the reason why he's agreeing to not go anywhere, to not fly anywhere, not leave the state of Florida and stay within his home. I believe that is part of the agreement, is that when an indictment does come down, that he would be free to surrender himself on that indictment, because he shows no reason not to. If an individual is flying around the country or leaving the country and coming back, or different things of that nature, withdrawing a huge sum of money, things that would give the government pause to, do some sort of great raid on their home and things of that. They've already done the raid, right? They've already gotten the press on the raid that they did. I don't think it's necessary to use that kind of manpower to make an arrest after the fact. And I think that that's why they showed such great manpower on the original search, is because the feds like that. They if you look at high profile individuals getting arrested, they either do one of two
Still
things.
watching the
Either
bird,
they raid
y'all.
their home with massive amounts of people and guns and 25 different agents, or when they make the actual arrest, they arrest that individual with SWAT and helicopters and things of that nature. So I think this one, they're going to allow him to surrender himself.
So now it's really a waiting game. Are witnesses testifying in front of the grand jury right now, or will it take some time? No matter what's happening behind closed doors, the belief is that the feds are building a case that will
I feel
be
like they're
big.
taking
and
a
they
really
will
long
want it to
time for
be
this.
as tight as it can be. So stay tuned. That's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for joining me. I'll see you back here next time.
So they are going after the death penalty for Chad Daybell, you guys.
Suddenly chaos ensues.
We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what Chad Daybell's past
So this is his
was
lawyer,
prior
Chad
to the
Daybell's
bomb being
lawyer.
dropped. The Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on Chad Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing. And you evaluate that and you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't
And then they're
for
going to do victim
that
impact
trajectory
statements.
coming in and changing the path, is this where we would be going? It's not where we'd be going. Path's changed. But you judge what's capable in the future by what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, and the small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
Y'all, I have to say, when he goes to prison, I just hope
All
he
right, that'll
finds
conclude the
the
opening
real God.
statements. At this point of the proceedings, then the state is entitled to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state intend to put on any evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right. At this time, the next stage of these proceedings then would be for the state to introduce any victim impact statements it may have. Is the state going to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. You can commence with victim impact
Not
statements.
yet. I'm watching the
court would
bird
note
still, ex-lawyer.
They are governed by statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe counsel has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first.
We did watch some
impact statement
video
victim.
about the
state would
defense
call
attorney's
Ron
son.
Douglas.
Apparently, he's not a good guy. So no wonder the defense attorney is okay with Christopher's behavior.
Okay, if you'll give us just a moment, we're making sure the cameras are situated.
And the
so
defense
that they are not
attorney asked for
recording victims
acquittal.
in this case.
He did a motion for acquittal at the beginning of the morning, saying that the prosecution didn't have enough evidence for the charges. But of course, the judge denied that.
I'm also going to note and reiterate that instruction. These statements are not under oath, nor are they subject to cross-examination. So, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can elicit any statement Mr. Douglas may have.
Your Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
Yeah, I'm just shocked that they
And
were allowed to do that up
Mr.
to
Douglas,
this
I'll
point.
just let you know, the microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably pick you up the best. And my intent, Your Honor, is simply to ask a few questions and have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Ron Douglas, that's Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Oh.
Have you prepared a statement today?
I have.
Would you please read your statement for the record?
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. It makes me angry, and it destroys me to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
All right, you can go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas.
Oh,
And I'll have the
bless
state call its
him.
next victim for
Oh,
an impact statement.
y'all. He could barely get through that. That's so sad.
Your Honor, the next victim to present an impact statement will be Kay
That
Woodcock.
hurts my heart, y'all. Oh.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Ms. Woodcock, we know
Mm.
you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Am related to JJ Vallow. He was my grandson, and Tylee Ryan is my step niece.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes.
Will you please read that for the jury?
Sure.
Oh.
Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief-stricken.
There's no seats for attorneys or prosecutors only.
Thanks, ex-lawyer. All right, guys. Here we go.
Front row, if you can get close.
My bird hadn't moved on my other computer. Thanks for telling us. Good grief.
Kathleen, if you can't be over there, you can come this way. You sure?
You can move, Ms. Hopkins, if you need to.
We prayed this morning, ex-lawyer.
It's 1:13 p.m. We're back on the record. The courts received a note, which has been marked Exhibit C-23 in evidence from the jury, quote, "We have reached a verdict," end quote. The procedure is we're going to bring the jurors out, and we're going to have the alternates come back in. I'm going to have the foreperson deliver the verdict. Thereafter, I'm going to poll the jury to make sure that each juror agrees that the verdict delivered by the foreperson is that juror's verdict. I understand this is an emotional case. I don't know what the verdict is, but I expect everyone to maintain appropriate courtroom decorum. There should be no outbursts. The jury has to decide the case based upon the evidence. A lot of people have speculated about a lot of things that aren't in evidence, so the jury is required to decide it based upon the evidence submitted in this courtroom. So I'd ask you to please remain calm. After we're done with that, I give the jury a dismissal instruction, which gives them some indication of what they can talk about, if anything, and then I thank them for their service. At that point, the sheriff's department is going to escort the jurors out of the courthouse to their vehicles. I hope I don't have to say this, but no person can harass, threaten, or intimidate any juror for any reason, especially their service on this case. If that happens, if any jurors are intimidated or have someone come up to them and threaten them or even express some dissatisfaction with them, you're subject to being arrested by the sheriff's department for jury tampering or harassment. And I certainly don't want that to happen. So the sheriff's department is prepared to deal with that. There's extra officers on staff all over the county complex to make sure that doesn't happen. So I ask
Hey,
everyone,
Selena, you're back.
please respectfully comply with those requirements. Anything from council before we bring the jury up?
No, Judge, thank you.
Where are our alternates? Okay, so as soon as they get to the foyer, we'll bring out the deliberating jurors. They're in the foyer. 1:15 p.m. jury out.
Oh gosh, Brianna, her face. Yes, everybody, we are praying. I know, me too, Selena. Ugh. I kind of had a feeling when they took that early lunch that they were getting close. So see, we were all worried. Oh gosh.
All right, thank you. Please be seated, everyone, except the defendant and defense counsel. All right, so 12 deliberating jurors are back in the jury box. In addition, we have our alternates seated in the jury box to prevent them from appearing on camera. So those are seats 4 and 11.
And that's what they're
in
thinking.
addition, seats 3 and 13 are empty.
I was
as
kind of
those
worried
jurors
about the
have been
verbiage
excused.
there,
Madam
ex-lawyer.
Foreperson, would you please rise? Madam Foreperson, has the jury reached the verdict?
It has, sir.
And is that verdict unanimous?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to read to you each count. Please give me the jury's unanimous response. 1, how do you find as to count 1, endangering the welfare of a child?
Guilty.
2, how do you find as to count 2, murder?
Not guilty.
3, how do you find as to the charge of aggravated manslaughter?
Guilty.
And you did not answer question 4?
Yes, sir.
At this time, thank you, Madam Foreperson, you can be seated. At this time, I'm going to poll the jury. Members of the jury, you've heard the verdict as read by your foreperson. At this point, I'm going to ask each juror by number, except the 2 alternates, to respond yes if the verdict read by the foreperson is your verdict, no if the verdict read by the foreperson is not your verdict. Juror number 2. Juror number 3 is empty. Juror number 4 is alternate. Juror number 5.
Yes.
Juror number 6.
Yes.
Juror number 7.
Yes.
Juror number 8.
They did, ex-lawyer.
Juror number 9.
They did
Juror
right.
number
They
10.
did right.
Juror number 11 is an alternate. Juror number 12. Juror number 13 has been excused. Juror number 14.
This is good.
Juror
This
number
is very
15. Juror number 16. Is counsel satisfied that the verdict is unanimous?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask the clerk to record and note in the minutes that the verdict is unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
great job, jury.
the function
God,
you have performed
thank you,
is one
God.
of the most important civic duties you can ever be called upon to fulfill. With the return of your verdict, your service in this case is complete. Upon your discharge, you are not required, except upon court order, to discuss your deliberations or verdict with anyone. Additionally, no attorney or party or any person acting on their behalf is permitted under our rules of court to examine you or question you or even to discuss with you your verdict or your deliberations or your role in this matter. In some states, judges are actually able to stay afterwards and speak to the jurors about the experience. In New Jersey, judges and attorneys are specifically prohibited from doing that. If anyone approaches you associated with the case, the attorneys or the parties, please notify me immediately. It's possible you may be contacted
10
by
to 30
others,
years
including members of the media.
for the
As you know,
aggravated
obviously, we had media
murder,
coverage in this trial.
manslaughter.
It will be up to each of you to decide whether or not to speak to those persons or entities about your service as a juror. If you agree to be interviewed, you may discuss whatever you want in whatever manner you deem appropriate. However,
I don't know. I'm
keep
waiting to
these
find
things in
out
mind.
when.
The key
I don't know
to
how New Jersey
your
does
function
it.
as jurors has been the free discussion amongst yourselves during deliberations. And
Oh,
the
he won't be
privacy of
sentenced
those
today, ex-lawyer.
deliberations
Okay.
is essential to the continuation of the fair
So
administration
we'll
of
find out
justice.
when the sentencing date
All
is and
jurors
then
have the
come back for that.
prerogative to keep confidential their communications with their fellow jurors during deliberation. In fact, it is in the public interest that the freedom of discussion in the jury room, and that should you be permitted to express your views without concern for public reaction or criticism. Under no circumstances should you
They
make a
made
statement
the right choice.
to the media or anyone else that you would not be willing to repeat under oath in court in the presence of your fellow jurors. But on a personal note, I want to thank you for your service. I know we told you in the beginning that it's a civic duty, but this case was a long case. It was difficult scheduling issues, and it was a difficult case with a lot of emotion. I told you we had the best justice system in the world, and one of the reasons, probably the principal reason, is because our Constitution guarantees a right to a trial by
Yeah,
jury.
ex-lawyer, you're
We
right.
can't do this without you. It's truly remarkable witnessing this reality and your
Aggravated manslaughter.
participation in it. It's not only been my pleasure to have you here, it's been my privilege to have you here.
God
We'll
led
give you
them in the
one
right
final
direction.
instruction, and I'm sure the attorneys join in that, by the way.
Look at that
Our
face.
thanks and our appreciation for your attention and also how you've gotten along as a group. I'm gonna give you one final instruction, and that is the sheriff's department is
10
going
to
to escort
30
you out that
for
door,
aggravated
out a
manslaughter.
separate private
We don't know
entrance to the
yet.
courthouse. I don't want to risk that
Also for
somebody
the
who's
abuse.
upset
Don't forget
one
he'll
way or
get
the other
time
comes
for
up
that
to
as
you.
well.
They're going to make sure there's plenty of officers taken to your cars. So if you want to exchange some telephone numbers or something like that, if you become friends, I ask you to do that quickly.
They will
because I
definitely
would
pay
really
for an
appreciate
appeal.
that you
They're
get in
going
your
to appeal.
vehicles and you go home and get out of here in the event there's any reaction by anyone. So again, thank you so much for your service. Just hand
This was
Corporal
the
Bennett your jury
right
pass on the way
option.
out and the verdict sheet. And been my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
I just ask everybody in the gallery to please remain in the courtroom until the service has left.
Yes. The exception being any member of the media that needs to step out for work reasons, you can do that.
Well, he's just disgusted. Hi, Jane. Welcome. Yes, I'll be quiet, Jane.
I gotta take you as a group. Everybody ready? All right. Follow me.
Castle, they have their phones or their phones there? You gotta grab them.
Oh, they've got their phones? Corporal Bennett has a box.
Okay. Shut the door.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, anything from the state?
No, Judge, thank you.
Ms. Moore, do we have a sentencing date?
Yes, Judge. August 2nd, 1:30 p.m. in person.
And that's a Friday?
Yes,
Mr. Galucci, is that acceptable for you?
Yes, Judge.
All right, anything else from counsel for the other side?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, defendant was detained pre-trial, the jury having found him guilty of aggravated manslaughter, a first-degree crime, and endangering the welfare of a child, a second-degree crime. I order that he be remanded pursuant to Rule 3:21-4A pending sentence.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Counsel, it was a pleasure to have all of you here. Both sides did an excellent job. Made my job easier. Thank you both. Thank you all four of you, I should say.
All right, you folks can exit. Just remain in the hallway for a few minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, aggravated manslaughter, Jane. I didn't hear what date they gave him for sentencing. I have to go back.
How do you find this to count to murder? Our thanks and our appreciation for your attention and Corporal Bennett has a box.
Okay. Shut the door.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. right, anything from the state?
No, Judge, thank you.
Ms. Moore, do we have a sentencing date?
August 2nd. August 2nd.
And that's a Friday? Mr. Galucci, is that acceptable for you?
Yes, Judge.
All right, anything else from counsel for the other side?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, defendant was detained pre-trial, the jury having found
That's a while.
him guilty of aggravated
We're
manslaughter, a
just in
first-degree crime, and endangering the welfare of a child. The second-degree crime, order that he
2
be
more months,
remanded
y'all.
pursuant to Rule 3:21-4A, pending sentence.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And counsel, it was a pleasure to have all of you here. Both sides did an excellent job. Made my job easier. Thank you both.
Okay, so
Thank you all
for
I should say.
the aggravated manslaughter is 10 to 30 years. And then for the abuse charge, it can be also up to 30 years. So combined, he could be, his dad says, I love you. I'm shocked that his dad says that. Yeah, this has been very emotional. You guys, our prayers were answered. We prayed every day for this trial. He could. We'll see. I think the judge is going to do well. So, yes. Thank you guys all so much. This is good. The jury did excellent. Very good verdict. I think we can look at about 60, up to 60 years. So, fingers crossed. Hi, Jocelyn. Welcome. Yeah, I think later she will be able to charge him with some other stuff, but right now she's more concerned about, obviously, Corey. So, yeah. Yes, he did definitely get a rude awakening. Look at him turning in that tie and suit. Yep. Oh my gosh, you guys. It's sad, but Corey got justice, and that's, you hear those handcuffs clicking. Amazing, amazing, G. Yes, great job. They did a great job. Thank you, ex-lawyer. This is awesome. Yes, so this was great. Everything, our prayers were answered. God put his hand over the jury and gave Corey justice. So this is amazing. Yeah, orange is not a good color. not unless we're in football season. But yes, this is great. Good job to the jury. They really did their due diligence. So great job, everybody. There is power. Oh, Smiley Crown. He was guilty. Aggravated manslaughter. Hi, Manira. Yes, he goes straight to jail. Yes. Welcome to this chat. Yeah, he's been in jail and he's going straight to jail again. Yes. And he will stay there until he gets his sentencing. On August 2nd, you guys, he will have sentencing. August 2nd. Mark your calendars. Yes, God is very good. He put his hands on the jury like we prayed, and God did right. Yes. Yes. Awesome. They definitely did the right thing. He's going to jail now, but he's going to be in prison after sentencing. Ugh. I know. It's so sad. My heart aches for her. I was getting sick at my stomach before they went to lunch, but yes, thank God. He definitely, it's awesome. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Make sure you keep checking out the channel. We will, yeah. They'll be consecutive. I think he'll do it consecutively. I'm doing the Karen Reed trial, and I'm also gonna catch up on the Karen Swift. Well, if Dr. Baden testifies in the appeal, he'll probably change his mind, apparently, like he's done in all the other trials he's did. Thank you so much, Smiley Crown. Yeah, keep checking out the channel. I'm going to be covering more trials. I'm still covering the Karen Reed trial. And whatever trial you guys want to go, oh, I know, ex-lawyer, that trial is a complete circus as well. Whatever trial you guys want to do live on, let me know. And we can do live next week. You guys let me know what you guys want to do. It's your world. I'm just living in it. Thank you so much, Kirsten. Yeah, we can go live whenever you guys want to. You guys let me know. Put it in my comments. And then we'll go there. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Julia. Yes, Gwen, get you some vitamin D. Get to feeling better. I love it. You guys are amazing. Bye, Julia. Have fun with your grandkids this weekend. All right, ex-lawyer, I'm watching the Daybell trial, the hearing sentencing now. All right, you guys, I will see you next week. Yeah, I'm hoping I can go to the Lori trial in Arizona because my sister lives in Chandler, ex-lawyer, so I'm hoping I can go to that one. Actually live is what I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. We shall see. All right, you guys, have a great
things
week.
from
I'll see you
news
later.
or social media before we could be contacted
Bye.
formally by law enforcement. I always felt sorry for them.